Football is on at Yard House. Step up your game at Yard House with Monday Night Happy Hour from kickoff to the final play, featuring appetizers starting at $5. Enjoy game day favorites including boneless wings, pizzas, poke nachos, and more. Plus, catch all the action on over 20 flat-screen TVs and enjoy the largest selection of draft beer with over 100 beers on tap. This season, make Yard House your home for football. Visit yardhouse.com for details.
GeekCastRadio.com presents GCRN WarZ. 2 geek topics will be challenged. The ultimate battle will come to pass. One shall stand, one shall fall.
Hello and welcome to episode 3 of GCRN WarZ. I am one of your hosts, TFG1Mike. Joining me is OptimusSolo. Hello.
I am here.
Steve Shut up. You fucker. Steve Megatron. Hello. The sickly Optibotimus. Hello.
Good evening.
What?
He sounds like he's trying to come from Castlevania. Good evening.
Oh.
From Castlevania.
I'm not the one that does
I'm
voices
Simon
here.
Belmont and I'm happy.
If I do voices, it's apparently only Japanese ones, and then I'm called racist.
And long-time listener, fan of the show, Toon Master Tim is joining us for the first time. Hello, sir.
Hello, everybody.
What the hell was that?
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting.
It's fabulous.
That sounds like a Simon Belmont from a certain cartoon.
Mike, come on, you're the only one that hasn't done a voice yet. Just kidding, I haven't either.
No,
do it.
Not even going to.
Yes, do it.
No.
Yes.
Do it.
Missed it by that much.
Mine's better.
Then do it.
Do it.
I'm not doing it right now, damn it.
Do it.
Do it.
Today we will end the age-old argument between Kevin and myself of which series is better, Thundercats or Silverhawks.
Well, it's not just between you and me.
Well, no. Okay, well, let's give some history here. That's what really started this episode 2.5 years ago, when Kevin and I started ToonCast Classic. Episode 5, we reviewed Thundercats. Episode 7, we reviewed Silverhawks. I like Thundercats better. He likes Silverhawks better. Really quickly, Tim, why don't you introduce yourself to the listeners, as you are a listener as well?
Who is your daddy,
sure.
and what does he do?
No, it goes more like, who is your daddy and what does he do?
Much better.
Well, I guess I don't know where to start. I've been listening for over a year. I started with the Real Ghostbusters episode of ToonCast and have just been listening to several of your shows since then. I went back into the archives and I've listened to every episode of ToonCast and yeah. So those early episodes had some audio issues, but yeah. No, some great stuff there, and I think you guys put out some great shows. I'm just glad you invited me on for the Silverhawks and Thundercats show.
Cool. And going around the table really quickly, one sentence or less, what have you guys been up to this week, Steve?
Too much to count. Fan dubs. Redoing PredaconEmpire.com, and that's pretty much it.
Kevin?
Watching Silverhawks and Thundercats. And screen capping every character that speaks in all of them.
I've been screen capping, but I've been screen capping something else.
Yeah, blah.
Optibotimus, what have you been up to, sir? Really quickly, one sentence or less.
Bacon.
Yeah.
That's not a sentence, that's a statement.
Well, it's
I
less
like-
than
I like bacon. Period.
All right, Kev, so why don't you just give a brief rundown as far as what this is going to entail, and then we'll get into it.
Well, hopefully all you listeners out there have already listened to GCRN WarZ Episode 2, which was our Flintstones versus Jetsons debacle, ultimate
The
battle
Jetsons
royale.
won!
In which the Jetsons beat the Flintstones 12-8 in the voting tallies. We're basically doing something very similar with slightly different categories here and there. We are comparing the Thundercats and the Silverhawks. We're basically talking about just the cartoon minus one exception, which we'll get to later on. But we've divvied up 20 different categories ranging from, writing to music to different characters to setting, all the way down the gamut. There's 20 different things. What we're going to do is we are going to introduce each of the 20 categories. We will go back and forth talking about them a little bit as far as everybody giving their opinions on them, maybe trying to convince the other people of what their position is. And then as we near the end of discussion for each individual topic, we will each cast our official vote for which show did whatever the topic was better. And since there's 5 of us, there will be no ties. Basically, how we set this up is now we're not all going to vote the same for everything.
Right. We're not all going to vote on the same thing that we're all here for.
Right.
We can all vote for whatever we want to vote for. But how I originally set this up was Tim and I are on the Thundercats side. Paul and Kevin are on the Silverhawks side, and Steve is in the middle, and he's being tugged in either direction. So
I'm on the fence.
Trying to convince Steve and the rest of the people that we're writing our opinions, and we'll kind of just go back and forth as far as who goes first and who talks and this and that. And honestly, there's some things that I'm dead set that Silverhawks is better. There's some things that I'm dead set that Thundercats are better. And there's a handful of things I am still undecided, and I want to hear everybody's opinions. So we'll see where it goes. I have the tally sheet ready to go and ready to keep score. So that's basically how it will work.
Kevin is the mathematician of the GeekCast Radio Network because none of the rest of us give a shit about math.
We stupid.
Or I'm the Excel geek.
Yes, there you go. So let the games begin.
All right, so first up in our Ultimate Battle Royale, Thundercats versus Silverhawks it makes sense to start here because this is the first thing you hear every time you watch one of the shows, and those are the theme songs from each show. Obviously, they're done by the same people, so you're not really comparing who wrote them or who did the music. It's just overall which theme songs you're liking better, quality of the music, words, etc. I will say that Silverhawks by far has twice the amount of words, because the whole Thundercats theme song uses 11 different words.
Thunder, Thundercats.
Thunder is a whole lot. Not that that's bad or good, but Mike, why don't you start us off with your opinions of both theme songs?
I like them both. The Silverhawks theme song reminds me of maybe a 80s glam rock band recorded it. It just sounds like synth 80s metal to me. Thundercats song, for me, along with the imagery, it tells a story of each of those characters. And I prefer Thundercats over Silverhawks as far as the theme song. Now, I'm not saying...
Don't vote yet. I'm just kidding.
Shut up. Now, I'm not saying that... I do like them both, but seeing as how we're forced to choose in every single category, if I was going to choose, it would be Thundercats over Silverhawks in this category.
See, for me, with theme songs, first of all, no... I'm going to get geek fandoms out there pissed off in a second, but people should know that I'm a geek when it comes to theme songs, especially cartoon theme songs. And 80s action, the boys' 80s action shows don't really necessarily have great theme songs. They have memorable theme songs. They have ones that we remember because we watched the show, but when you stack, like, any of them, when you stack, like, He-Man, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Thundercats, Silverhawks, they don't really stand up to DuckTales and Gummy Bears and some of those as far as theme songs goes, with the exception of maybe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Mask. Those are about the only two that stand out. So I don't think either one of these theme songs is like freaking fantastic, but I love them both for the nostalgia factor. But to me, Silverhawks is more of a song. It has lines with lyrics that are not just thunder, 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 and more thunder.
Thunder.
So the song person in me likes the Silverhawks version better. As far as the imagery that's going on, that's kind of secondary to me. I mean, maybe some people like the intro imagery and they let that weigh into it, but for me, I'm basing this just on the music and the lyrics, so I'm definitely leaning towards Silverhawks, no surprise here. But Tim, any thoughts on the theme song?
Yeah, I agree. I do like both themes. And I was watching Thundercats, preparing for the show, and was taking notice of the Thundercats theme, as how you said, it's basically the same few words over and over. But what I think distinguishes it from Silverhawks, one of the reasons I tend to like it more, is that it does have that real upbeat rock theme to it. There's guitar, there's drums, there's the cool animation behind it, of course, and there's something to say about it being so simple that it's just thunder, 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 Thundercats, you know. And I know on paper it looks ridiculous. You know, anybody looking at that would go, "Wow, that's a terrible theme." But the chorus that sings it, I think they sing it with such enthusiasm, and with that music underneath it, it just really gets, I mean, for me anyway, it gets me really excited for the show. And I think that when you get into the show, the theme that you've heard is expressive of what the show actually entails. You know, it's a big action adventure show. It combines magic with technology. And Silverhawks is a good theme too. You know, it's upbeat. It's just not as big and not as exciting, in my opinion.
I think the one line that does it for me in both songs, my favorite line from either of them, is the Silverhawks part, though, that goes, you know, soaring through the highway of the heavens in their flight. When you listen to that in the theme song, that's the longest line that either version has, and it just,
yeah,
like, I can just feel it like taking off. I mean, it kind of fits that whole not airplane thing, but the whole flying, you know, being in space type genre. That's the line that I think sells it for me. But I do think that these two are very close. When I did my rankings of like all-time cartoon theme songs, I had these neck and neck. I mean, they were literally right after each other in the countdown. I think they're that close. Mr. Bottomus, can I call you that?
Oh, please. You can
people
call me
People have called
Paul.
him less than that. So.
Yeah, people have called me much worse than that as well. You know, the thing that instantly grabs me with whenever I'm listening to something or whenever I'm going to start watching something, it's the instant, the very first thing that I hear And instantly when I listen to Silverhawks, I hear that beautiful bass, the do, 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 do. As soon as I hear that, I'm instantly grabbed. And the whole, I mean, I love what you were saying about how it's more of a song, and as opposed to the regular Thundercats, where it's kind of just like music, and it's going along with it, and there's some words that are thrown in there. And even before all this was decided that we were going to do this show and everything, I mean, whenever I would think of the Thundercats, the only thing that would pop in my mind whenever I would listen to it in my mind was thunder, 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 Thundercats. That's all I heard. And that was it. And that was, and it had the music going along with it. With Silverhawks, though, there's more of a story. At least to me, there's more of a story that without images and without anything else, they tell the story of what the Silverhawks are. The wings of silver, nerves of steel. They tell, partially metal, partially real. It's all the story about what they are is right there in the song. And for me, the Silverhawks is just a better storytelling. The theme song is a better storytelling apparatus for the show in general. You know what you're getting into when you're going into it.
I think you kind of bring up a good point, because for me, and I don't know if we talked about this with the Flintstones or Jetsons, but if you take away all of the imagery and if you take away all of the visuals and you're just left with the audio, you don't get as much from the Thundercats theme song as you do from the Silverhawks theme song, because like you said, when you're watching it, it's almost like when you're watching the Thundercats when you don't even hardly need the words, because you're just watching it and you're listening to the music, and that carries it, and it seems like they just kind of spatter the words in just to have something. And I think it says something about the theme song if you take all the visual part away, which one stands on its own better. And that's why I agree with you. I still think it's Silverhawks. I think without necessarily having to go through an official vote, it's pretty obvious that we're 2-2 right here.
I think. Go
ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
I was just going to say, I think those are really good and valid points. But also, I'm looking at the words of the theme song for Thundercats, and one of the things I'm noticing, and I hadn't paid attention to this before, is how like every line in the theme song is so memorable. Though, how people remember Thundercats are on the move, Thundercats are loose. Feel the magic, hear the roar. These are all almost taglines for the Thundercats franchise.
Well, there is only 4 lines.
Hey, yeah. Good point.
So you better remember them, dang it.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Now that we've been talking about this and we've been discussing this, I've been able to replay the song in my head as far as that goes. The Thundercats theme song, as Paul said, is more about the actual music, less about the lyrics.
Yeah.
And see, I'm a lyric guy, so I guess that's why I tend to gravitate towards songs that have more of the lyric and less of the music part, which is not everybody. Some people like the musical part better. Steve, I think we're going to have you break a tie on this one.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to come down to that.
I got $20 here, Steve.
It depends on if that would actually get sent to me.
Oh. Yeah. It's in the mail, dude.
PayPal? Instantaneous email? But I accept bribes.
Don't we all?
Yes. Cheap whore. Yes. So I have to kind of give it like, and I'm going to start with a cop-out down in the middle, but I'm still going to make a decision by the end of it. I like both theme songs for what they are. And I do have to agree with you guys with the points that you've made as far as like Silverhawks does tell a story. So, I mean, in that sense, that one would be more memorable. But at the same time, the Thundercats, I mean, granted, yes, they have that audio in there just as filler for the visuals. But the kind of annoying part with it is they list thunder in there 23 times. Despite being attached to cats on some of them, it's still thunder in there 23 times. Sure. Whereas Silverhawks is in there 6.
Not as much of an overkill.
No. So, I mean, while I do have to give Thundercats that it is very, very upbeat, it does get me more psyched as far as the theme song is concerned for the show coming up ahead. for the tempo that's going on and everything. But Silverhawks does tell a better story of what you're going to be watching. So it's tough for me in this, but in that sense, I'm going to have to give it to Silverhawks. Only because it's more memorable telling you what you're watching.
And the Silverhawks fans rejoice.
Fuckers.
You had your chance to bribe me.
So that is Paul's $20 paying off. And
Look at that.
The first topic. Our second topic, we're still kind of sticking along with stuff that's going to happen basically at the beginning of the shows and stuff you're first introduced to. Next one's a seemingly simple one. We're just looking at the actual show logos. It seems simple, but when creating a show, this is something that people spend a good deal of time on because the logo is everywhere. You know, the logo is what you see when the cartoon starts. The logo will be seen on toys. The logo will be seen on, commercials and stuff like that. So, I mean, the logo is an important piece to this. And you can visit our post. If you're not listening to this straight at GeekCast Radio, if you're listening to this through iTunes or something like that, you can go to geekcastradio.com and find the post. We'll have pictures of all of this stuff on the post, so you'll be able to see the logos if you don't know them from memory. But looking at the two logos, Mike, we haven't talked to you for a little while, so give me your thoughts on the two logos.
Now, the two logos, the two images that you have linked are the main images for both shows. However, the Thundercats logo over the years, and even back then, had so many different versions to it. I prefer the one that actually happened in the actual show, partly because of at the end of the song, they've got, the Sword of Omens actually blending into the logo.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Silverhawks one, it's cool, it's interesting, but just don't care.
Basically, the Thundercats one, you have usually a black background, or like Mike said, a background with the Sword of Omens. You have the traditional red, I don't know what you want to call it, Thundercat face, lion face thing, whatever, head.
Thundercat logo, yeah.
Thundercat logo. And then you have the Thundercats with their jagged-edged, cat-like font, whereas the Silverhawks, you're in space, it's kind of a bluish space background. You have a very clean, streamlined font using for the Silverhawks, kind of doing a little bit of the metallic look with the triangle Tallyhawk type Silverhawks logo above it. To me, the Thundercats logo, the font is one of the big selling points, and then the actual circular Thundercats logo versus the triangular Silverhawks logo. I just find the Thundercats logo a little bit more interesting, actually, on this one. The Silverhawks one seems too clean-cut and bland to me. But
I mean, it's just the fact that it's just there. And as I said before, with the actual introduction on the Thundercats cartoon, the logo was interactive with the other imagery. Because as soon as you see Lionel hold the sword up, it then flips over into the logo. So, and the Silverhawks one, I mean, it's not like, it's not like the Mirage created the logo. I mean, it's not like one of their vehicles created this logo or somehow formed this logo for them. That's not how it happened, so... Thundercats all the way on this.
Who else wants to chime in on the logo?
Paul, why don't you go first?
Okay. In terms of the font, I do have to say that there's a little bit more interest or interesting things going on with the lettering. I do like the jagged claw looks of the Thundercats. But you talk about how the logo is formed out of, the Sword of Omens and everything. The logo for Silverhawks is formed out of Tallyhawk's head. There's a scene towards the end of it where you have a group shot of them all standing there, and there's these little flashes, and then it flashes on Tallyhawk's head, and then it comes back, and then you have the Silverhawks. And
yeah,
I like that imagery a little bit more. Now, if we're talking about the 2011 Thundercats, that's something a little bit different.
No, we're just talking about the original ones.
I know. But they're all, both of them are very simplistic. Both of them get the point across. But I love the group shot of all the Silverhawks there, and out of Tallyhawk's head comes this logo. So it's not much. It's not much, but it's just a little bit of an edge that I have to give to the Silverhawks in that.
I will say, just completely kind of unrelated, but as we've gone through the fandoms and progressed and people write these logos, they never write the names of these shows right. It is clear as day in both of these logos that there are 2 capital letters in each name. The S and the H on Silverhawks and the T and the C in Thundercats. Yet nobody writes those names like that.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that.
They all write
I think everybody's guilty of that.
They all write lowercase for both of those, and every time I write Thundercats, I write a capital C, and I'm like, why am I the only one doing this? But anyways, I just had to inject that. But Tim, what are your thoughts on the 2 logos?
I agree with a lot of what you said, Kevin. I really like the Thundercats logo. I have a preference a bit over the Silverhawks logo just because of the claw lettering and that just striking orange logo with the cat inside. And Silverhawks it's clean. It's very straight, sort of a Helvetica sort of font. With those S's on the end. But the Tallyhawk icon almost looks like I don't know if anybody's familiar with the 101st Airborne icon of the Screaming Eagles, but that's what it kind of reminds me of. It's not a bad thing. And I wouldn't give it, take off any points for that. But I just think the Thundercats logo it's so striking. It's different from a lot of other logos that are out there. And watching the DVDs, there's an extra that talks about the creative genius behind the show. Ted Wolfe designed the characters and designed this logo, and they were talking about how he designed this incredible looking logo. And I can't remember all they said about it, but they're right. I mean, I think it's great, and that's why they're still using it with the new show. I mean, it's been changed a bit from the original logo, but
the is still there.
The basics, yeah, it's still there.
All right, Steve, the art genius amongst us that does all of the GCRN logoing and fonts and lettering and whatnot. What are your expert thoughts on these 2 logos?
Okay. Overall, just off of gazing at them first off, Thundercats does draw my eye more. And it's because there's more of they have 2 solid colors for the most part. I mean, you have the kind of gradient silver on the Thundercats word and the cat in the red dot. It's kind of plain, but it's to the point, and it seems to draw my eye a lot more than the Silverhawks, despite having a couple of lens flares and space in the background. Mm-hmm. And there's a different kind of gradient on that as well. With you have kind of a silvery, and then you have some blue in the middle. While that is both of them are very 80s, but the Silverhawks logo definitely doesn't really hold up in today's standards as far as graphically. Mm-hmm. If I were looking at the 2 on a shelf or on some kind of an ad somewhere, I would definitely still be drawn to Thundercats. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think you made a good point there, and it's kind of been shown as far as the 2011 Thundercats series. The Thundercats reboot happened, and you really didn't need to do too much with the logo. I have a feeling if they did a Silverhawks reboot, unless they were just trying to be true to the original, that they would do something different with the logo, don't you think?
Yeah,
I would definitely think so, only because, like I said, it's not very appealing, and it looks very, very early 80s as far as graphically. Mm-hmm. And Thundercats, like you said, doesn't really need anything but a couple slight modifications to update it. Kind of like how they did with Transformers or G.I. Joe. I mean, they're still pretty much the same mold. They just get slightly more updated. Mm-hmm. So on this one, I would definitely have to say Thundercats wins.
Oh. And for me, I think really quick, Kevin, before you finish this up, I think that the thing between the 2 logos is I've only ever seen the Silverhawks logo as it is in the images that we're looking at.
Well,
The
it's different
The Thundercats logo, I've seen multiple colors, multiple variations. Sometimes it's a black cat head inside the
But
red.
they've also been around a lot longer.
No, they've been around the same amount of time. Thundercats was 85, Silverhawks was 86.
Thundercats had a longer run, is what I mean. They had a longer television run than Silverhawks did.
Silverhawks got 1 year, Thundercats got 2. That's not that much longer than another.
It's longer. It's longer to give variation.
I will say that the Thundercats logo that you see on the cartoon and the one that's pictured in the script is not the same logo that they used on any of their stuff.
Right.
Like any of their memorabilia.
It's more of a silver look, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and it had instead of the Tallyhawk head being above it, it would be in between the two words, Silverhawks, mostly. Yeah. Every once in a while it would be above it, but like on, like lunch boxes, or even if you have the DVDs, for example, it's a different logo, just slightly. But I still think, like Steve said, it still screams more 80s than the Thundercats one. I mean, I think it's easier to modify the Thundercats one than it is the Silverhawks one into modern day. Not that that's what we should be basing it off of, modern day times, but
right.
I just think overall the Thundercats one maybe had more appeal. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks more actiony, more fierce than Silverhawks. Silverhawks just kind of, while it does look kind of cool, it's more plain than Thunder.
And if you were just to take the Thundercat symbol, they have a symbol there that is used over and over in the show as far as, the sword, as far as Lionel calling the other Thundercats. That red symbol is iconically Thundercats. I mean, that's the thing you see on T-shirts. You don't necessarily see the word Thundercats. You see people walking around with black T-shirts with that orange or red, whatever color you want to call it, circular symbol with the Thundercat head. And to me, that, even though I'm a huge fan of Tallyhawk, that blows the triangle eagle head out of the water.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's kind of what I was trying to say with the eagle, sort of symbolizing other logos that I've recognized, and Thundercats being, just so unique. When you see that cat head, whether it's an orange cat head against a black background, or a or orange cat head, or whatever color it is against some background, exactly that, that's Thundercats. You recognize it immediately.
That's like a symbol of the 80s almost. The Thundercat head. For kids of the 80s.
Just like the Autobot and Decepticon symbols are.
Yeah,
exactly. Again, I don't think you can draw parallels with those because the Transformers have been crammed down our throat since 2007. I mean,
Transformers have been crammed down our throats since they came out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in terms of recent young, and I see it with.
Well, no, not recent.
No. I know what you're saying, Mike. I know what you're saying. Don't freak out. I don't want you to. I don't want to get shanked in the back by you here in a couple minutes. Okay. What?
I would have to fly out to California for that to happen.
I don't know. I don't trust you. When it comes down to it. Like I said, I was always on the side of Silverhawks, but listening to your guys' discussion about this, one thing that I will have to say, and I'm actually going to change my vote. I'm changing it to the Thunderhawks. Or Thunderhawks?
And the Silvercats.
Nice.
Isn't it in the middle?
See how I did that? No.
That'd be a cool crossover.
No kidding.
Coming soon.
I'm changing it to Thundercats, and the reasoning behind it is because when I do see it now in the 2011 series, to me, it speaks to the power of that logo, that it was good enough then, and it's good enough to be used now. And it's this, and it's funny because we were sitting there, this is kind of off on a tangent, and I promise, Mike, I won't do this too much, but I was talking to my wife about this podcast, and I'm like, we're going to be discussing Thunderhawks and Silverhawks. And I do it again. God.
Thundercats and Silverhawks. You were talking to Vern, yeah.
I'm on medication. Thundercats and Silverhawks. She straight up was looking at me like I had weird tentacles coming out of my ear. She's like, "What are the Silverhawks?" She had no idea. And this is a woman who grew up around the same time as me. She knows G.I. Joe. She knows Transformers. She knows He-Man and She-Ra. She had no idea what Silverhawks were. And to me, that speaks to the resonance of, now, and I have I mean, you guys were talking about T-shirts with the red dot with the Thundercats head in there.
As do I.
I have a T-shirt that has that, and she instantly knows what that is. If I were to walk around with Tallyhawk triangle, she would have no clue. And I think that's the resonance and the power of the Thundercats logo. So I am my vote.
That's like what Tim was saying too. If someone was to walk around just with that triangle, just with the Tallyhawk triangle in the face, people would be like trying to figure out what that is, and people would be guessing stuff like, is that like a armed forces symbol? Is that an airplane symbol? Is that an animal? Some type of zoo symbol? People would not come up with Silverhawks right away. Whereas if you have the the Thundercats circle logo, people know what that is.
Designed to accelerate executives' learning and career growth at 4 different stages, the comprehensive leadership programs at Harvard Business School Executive Education deliver knowledge, skills, and perspective that transform your ability to lead. Prepare now to face tomorrow's challenges with confidence. Immerse yourself in a powerful, proven learning experience with full-time HBS faculty and talented peers from around the world. To learn more, visit hbs.me/leadership. That's hbs.me/leadership.
Right. I agree. Amen.
So I think that does it for that category. We will move on to something else that you usually get a little bit of dose of right from the beginning and then throughout the rest of the cartoon, which is the overall music. Now we're not talking about the theme song at all here. We're talking about the musical themes, etc., that are used throughout the show, whether it be a theme for Lion-O or a theme for Moonstar or different characters, or it might just be just audio that music that's being used in the background, that type of stuff. And I want to go first on this one because I want to make sure we're all considering the fact that Silverhawks has 2 musical characters built into the show. Bluegrass is a country singer, musical person, like his War Hawk, if you want to call it, Fighting Hawk, is a guitar hawk type thing. And Larry Kenny, who does the voices, he even sings at different times in episodes, which I didn't remember happening until I was rewatching these. And he actually sings some country songs at some point, just lines here and there as he's like almost singing the blues or whatever. And then you have Melodia on the villain side, who is like Mike was kind of saying before, like an 80s glam punk rock diva type person before they were popular nowadays.
Bluegrass and Melodia should get married.
It's like Lady Gaga of the 80s. Did I just say that? Anyway. So, you have 2 musical characters in the show for Silverhawks, which provides a lot of opportunities and options for Silverhawks to do all kinds of crazy stuff with their musical themes. They don't just have like space age, like Silverhawk sounds. They have country sounds. They have this pop, like rocker sounds going on. And I think that kind of makes it a little more diverse on the Silverhawk side. Now, I'm not saying Thundercats doesn't have some badass themes, because they do. When the Thunder Tank is getting going, or when Lion-O is about ready to call for the Thundercats. That's one of the most generally, like, gradually building musical themes in all of the 80s cartoons that I can think of, as far as getting you excited for what's going on. I think everybody knows, when he put that sword up and did the Thundercats thing, you were about to get some kick-ass music coming along with it that you almost didn't even need words or dialogue for a few minutes after that, because the music was just carrying it. So I will give Thundercats that aspect, but Silverhawks did have their theme too for when the Silverhawks were taking flight in the Mirage and stuff like that. To me, this one's a close matchup. And I'm not going to necessarily cast my vote yet until I hear what everybody else has to say. Let's go to Mike as far as the musical themes.
Everybody that's listened to me podcast since 2008 knows I absolutely love the Thunder Tank theme. However, I will agree with Kevin that some of the songs, more specifically to Melodia, because she is the villainess, she had some pretty kick-ass songs in Silverhawks. I really don't think in any medium, whether it's movies, television, cartoons, whatever, if you have a main theme like the Thundercats song or like the Silverhawks song, they're going to use that every time the heroes show up. I mean, yeah, granted, it may not be using the words, but it's using that musical interlude of that song. It's using a piece of music from that song. So they each have their own points to that effect. I like the quieter tones in Thundercats music. Like in the episode where we met Willa. There was, when Lionel was sneaking around the forest, there was, some quieter music. So I really like that as far as Thundercats goes. Silverhawks, it's a little bit too synth. It uses way too much of the synthesizer for me. But I'll also wait until we finish talking about this to see if my vote changes. What about you, Tim?
Both shows have a broad catalog of music, but it does vary quite a bit. And I think Thundercats seems, in my opinion, watching the shows, it seems like Thundercats has more music that was made for the show with, as you talked about before, Mike, on some of the other podcasts, how each character has his or her own theme. And I really like that about the show. The Thunder Tank even has its own theme. So that's unique to Thundercats. Silverhawks, I don't quite see the Melodia and Bluegrass songs. I don't remember them singing. I mean, I'm
no,
sure
it wasn't necessarily
but
singing. Besides, Bluegrass had like a couple times where he would sing a couple lines. They weren't singing songs particular. They did, like everybody knows, though, they used their instruments or their weapons that created types of music. But no, I didn't mean to make it sound like they actually are singing actual songs.
Okay, I mean, I remember Bluegrass at, in some episodes, maybe singing a few lines, like I said, but I know like he and Melodia would play he would play his guitar and she would play her, what do you call that thing that's part piano, part guitar?
Yeah.
But she would play her instrument and, they would go at it. And but I didn't really find any of those pieces of music memorable that recurred in the show. And maybe they did, but the Thundercat ones, they did occur regularly in the show, depending on what scene had what characters in it. And then they also had these other musical segments that were very rarely played, but were sometimes just kind of strange. Like there's this one episode where Tigra is in a cave and Mum-Ra tricks him into thinking he's this fairy. And,
oh God, I remember that episode.
Yeah, and that music is just kind of like, it's almost like carnival music or something. It's really weird. It's kind of dreamy. It's kind of hypnotic. And I was like, I mean, I watched that episode and it stuck in my head for a while, and it ended up showing up in some episodes later.
I just want to pimp this out real quick. If anyone's interested in the music and wants even more in depth than we're giving on it, on the Season 2, Volume 1 DVD of Thundercats, there is, all of the special features are music related. They talk to Bernie Hoffer and the Rembrandts, and they go into the musical themes, the theme song, etc. So if someone wants more information on that, you can always go there. I just wanted to point out one quick thing. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the Thundercats, you had mentioned that they did have themes for most of the individual characters, at least the main ones, as well as obviously, like Mike said, the Thunder Tank. Silverhawks didn't do it necessarily for individual characters, but what they did do is they did it for location. Depending on if you were at Hawkhaven or if you were at Bedlama or the bar, the Sinister Saloon or Brimstar, they changed their musical themes based on environment or location instead of character, like Thundercats. So they both did have their distinct musical themes. They just they kind of implemented them in different ways, I guess is what I was trying to say. That's all. You can go back to talking.
Yeah. I also noticed that the Silverhawk music, because it is sort of this cops versus the mobsters mentality in the show, is that sort of seemed to be the theme of the music. You know, they sort of fit into that crime noir era. You know, it sort of borrowed some things from music you would expect to see in those types of films or
especially the scenes
shows.
with Stargazer.
Yeah.
They had like the whole Private Eye music going.
Well, look at his office. I mean,
it was great. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I was brought on to be a Silverhawks supporter, and I'm leaning again towards Thundercats. It's you know, I really love what you said about how I believe you said it, Kevin. I wasn't looking at the thing that talks for me. That the musical tones and things changed based on location as opposed to the individual people in Thundercats. But you know, one thing that I absolutely loved with the Silverhawks. Now granted, I'm going Thundercats on this all the way. What I really loved though with the Silverhawks was Copper Kid, and you mentioned the two other main musical characters, I suppose. I really always saw the Copper Kid as a musical one as well, speaking in his whistles and in the different tones and things of that nature. That was always for me. I mean, that's all done musically. His communication is all done.
Right.
Well, I don't want to say musically, but
effects and
yeah. So it was interesting that they were able to bring a character to life. And I hate to bring up the example, but this is, you know, something that I was I think, Mike, you and I have talked about this before with going into Transformers Prime with Bumblebee. and his whistles and his beeps. And, you know, there's so much that you can emote in certain things. And the music just, well, I keep calling it music, but it's not just, I'm going to call it tones. The tones that the Copper Kid would speak in were able to come across. And whatever he was, and it goes through to the animation and things of that nature as well. But I just thought that was a really creative use of those tones and music. And even though I still say that, you know, the background music and the epic, and that's how I look at Thundercats. I listen to the music, and I can listen to that music. If I were to put that on like a CD or something and just listen to it, it's you know, there's times where it's relaxing, it's exciting. It's just, I could have nothing else on. I could just have my iPod playing with the musical score from it, and I could enjoy the Thundercats more than I would the Silverhawks. But
I think after listening to everybody and kind of just going back and forth and thinking about this a little bit more, for me, I appreciate the ability, the Thundercats main theme that they use when the Thundercats are being called, as being one of the, you know, the most momentous as far as like just get you pumped up, like better than most shows have ever done as far as a musical theme in the background. For me, what really does it though is I get tired of the sounds in Thundercats, and I can say this because I literally watched, like, I don't know, a month or two ago, I literally watched every single Thundercats episode back to back, basically over the course of, I don't know, a week or two or something like that. So I was listening to them and watching these shows over and over and over again. And you know, by the 10th or 11th episode, I was actually getting more tired of the Thundercats music, whereas I literally watched 32 episodes of Silverhawks in the last 2 days, and I never got tired of the music because of the variety between the synthesized space type sounds with the Hawks and the Fighting Hawks, the one I'm talking about, Tallyhawk and whatnot, to the country music that you got with Bluegrass, to the rocker music you got with Melodia, to like what you were saying, Tim, before with that Private Eye cop, you know, old school cop noir type sounds you got when they were talking to Stargazer. Even the Sinister Saloon, like the bar type sounds, to me there was more of a variety in Silverhawks, and I didn't get tired of the music in the background because it wasn't as momentous, maybe, and maybe that's what made it not get as old for me. So my official vote for this one will be Silverhawks. Mike, did you make up your mind?
Well, we still have to hear from Steve first. We don't want to leave Steve out.
Steve.
I'm for what little experience I have of either one, I've kind of found that I like the Thundercats vibe more.
Mm-hmm.
While I do like a lot of the synthesized and kind of techno-ish type stuff, I didn't really care for any of it until it hit the late 90s, early 2000s era when they kind of perfected it, other than when like Vince DiCola did it in the 80s. But yeah, I found myself more leaning towards the Thundercats, like how they introed people and everything else like that. I just it was more upbeat for me.
Fair enough.
So Thundercats for me as well.
Alrighty. Going on, getting away from music, since we've had a couple categories like that, and getting kind of into the nitty-gritty of the show, and it makes sense to start at the beginning when we first got our first couple episodes, and what I'm talking about is the actual backstories of the shows, the characters, etc. I don't know if anyone wants to go voluntarily quick backstory synopsis on either show, otherwise I can do it, but has anybody got a quick...
Do it.
All right.
Do it.
Just do it.
All right. For Silverhawks, it's a pretty basic premise here. You're dealing with a mob that is wreaking havoc up in space, and they're needing a group to compete against it. And basically, down on Earth, they engineer these partly metal, partly real fighters to go against them and to send up to Commander Stargazer to help him out and such. The Silverhawks are born, gone through training, almost like they're training for, NASA or something like that, and then they are sent up to Hawkhaven to help out Commander Stargazer. And then the other flip side of that backstory is you have what causes all this is you have the main mob boss, so to speak, breaking out of prison. And when he breaks out of prison and gets the mob back together, we're getting the game back together. Anyways, he starts to wreak havoc. So that's his backstory. Is he has been in jail, he's been in prison, he gets a glimpse of the moon and its powers and breaks out, and so that we have the feud set up there between good and evil, and both of these shows are basically good versus evil. Thundercats, you start completely different. You start obviously with the planet being destroyed, an escape ship basically trying to get out that is holding the original Thundercats, mutants chasing them down, trying to shoot them out of the sky, and everybody crashing on third Earth, basically. And then discovering that there is also another inhabitant of Third Earth, which would be Mum-Ra in his little pyramid. So I don't know really what more.
That pyramid wasn't so little. That was a huge.
Yeah, huge pyramid. So basically, it's mutants and Thundercats finding themselves in Mum-Ra's territory and discovering a new land and then discovering how to live on a new planet, etc. So yeah, those are the basic backstories. Mike, I'll let you. I'm not going to talk about my opinions yet. I'm going to go later, but Mike, go ahead.
The one thing I want to point out here, specifically to Thundercats. If you watch Exodus and the episode right after it, the first 2 episodes of that series, they are eerily familiar to the very beginning of More Than Meets the Eye Part 1. Because, I'm dead serious. In More Than Meets the Eye Part 1, the Decepticons create a magnetic junction to the Autobot ship, where in Thundercats, the mutants basically burn acid into the side of the Thundercat ship and they board the ship. That's extremely familiar. That's pretty much the same deal.
So clearly, Thundercats, they were just copying something else that was already successful.
There you go. Well, at least they didn't give any of their characters mutism in later years. Anyway. For me, I like both the origin stories separately. The Silverhawks to me is more of in line with Voltron's origin story as far as, going out into space, helping someone out, and then fighting this giant army and these gangsters, mobsters, king, whatever. I like the fact that they basically told you that unless Steelheart and Steel Will get prosthetic hearts, they can't go. I mean, that was something big.
You know, did they ever really touch on that during the series? Because I noticed that watching the origin story, and I have just the first volume that was released on DVD. I haven't picked up the one that was recently released, volume 2. But I don't remember them ever touching on that.
I think there might, and Kevin can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think there might have been a couple episodes where if they overexerted themselves too much, or if they got, if they got too anxious or something, there was something wrong. And because they're twins, one feels the other's pain. I don't know. I could be wrong on that.
They touched on the whole twin connection. They touched on, being able to almost sense each other's thoughts and feel each other's pain type stuff. But as far as the actual physical aspect of what was touched on in the origin story, granted, I haven't rewatched all 65 episodes. I've only watched about 32, 35, somewhere in there, because I had to start skipping because I was running out of time. So it could have happened in some of those episodes that I haven't watched since 1987 or whatever it was. But no, on the episodes I saw, they never actually touched on the whole traumatic beginnings as far as the prosthetic and whatnot.
Yeah. But overall, for me, the origin story goes to Thundercats. Simply because that the reason why I say it is because that it's the story of, I mean, technically it's a Superman origin. Your planet blows up, you go to another planet, and you have these phenomenal new cosmic powers. Itty bitty living space.
Yes.
So basically, they stole from 2 other successful franchises to create their. Okay, all right, yeah, I see where you're going with this. I
like more, like back then as a kid, I liked more of the sword and sorcery and the magic and the technology rather than just the technology of the Silverhawks, the metal body. That's why I'm. Go ahead.
To me, it goes into how in-depth they're getting into the actual character's background. And I separate this between heroes and villains as far as the backstory goes. As far as, like, the heroes go, I think you get a little bit more into who the Thundercats are as characters in their backstory. Whereas outside of Steel Will and Steelheart, the Silverhawks basically, they're showing up and you're seeing them at the age when the show's going to take place, basically. You don't necessarily get into what was happening in Quicksilver's past. What happened to him before he became a Silverhawk. I mean, you get little quick synopsis, I guess, but it doesn't go as in-depth as to, it seems like you get to see a little bit more of the Thundercats. Not much, but you get to see a little bit more. Now, during the actual show, it might be different as far as backstory as it's revealed throughout the show. Mm-hmm. But as far as just the origin stories, as far as just the first couple episodes of each series, you get a little bit more, I think, as far as what was happening to the Thundercats before they show up on Third Earth. Whereas Silverhawks, it's like, here's the people, they're going, and then you learn about them as they go. Now, the flip side of that is the villain part. And for me, it's almost vice versa with the villains. With Mumra, the mutants discover him, and it's just like they awaken this guy, and here he is. Whereas Monstar, you see him. What's happening to him before the series? He's been captured. He's in jail. He's stewing around there. You understand where he's getting his power from, that he's broken out. He doesn't ever wants to go back to jail. It seems to me like that's a little bit more of a development than what you get with Mumra. I can see it argued either way, but for me, I like the backstory better for the villains of Silverhawks, but for the heroes of Thundercats. Tim or Paul, one of you guys want to jump in?
Sure. I have quite a bit to say about the backstory. I'll try to, break it down so I'm not taking up so much time. But Ted Wolfe created the Thundercats, and I think it was later then picked up by Rankin Bass. I don't think that he was commissioned by Rankin Bass to create the Thundercats. And then they decided that, hey, there's this, these really great characters. Let's use these characters in some way and turn it into a cartoon. And I think that they developed a richer history, a richer backstory with the Thundercats. It seemed like Silverhawks, they were coming off the success of Thundercats and trying to find some way to, create this other series.
Hold on. I got to jump in, though, before you say that, because I knew this would come up eventually. We got to set the record straight here, and I don't mean to call you out or anything, but both series were pitched originally at the same meeting. The Thundercats and Silverhawks idea, concept, and everything were pitched together. All the Silverhawks episodes, true, were not made all before the Thundercats, but all 65 episodes of Silverhawks were already done with as far as written and everything before the very first Thundercats episode even aired.
Interesting.
This is on one of the special features, I believe, on the Silverhawks set, where they say that they pitched Thundercats. That was the main reason why they were pitching it, and then they just kind of slid in at the end and said, and we also have this, as far as the Silverhawks goes. Yeah. But then the main lady, I can't remember her name, though, that was behind it, said that literally all the Silverhawks shows were done as far as writing goes and development. I mean, they weren't made, obviously, but they were already written basically before the first Thundercats episode aired. And I think it's very common for everybody to say that Silverhawks was just playing off of the success of Thundercats. Now, I'm not saying if Thundercats bombed, maybe there would have never been a Silverhawk, so it is partly due to their success that they were able to make the show. But I don't want anybody to misinterpret the ideas that happened during Silverhawks to be taken because Thundercats was successful, because they had no idea Thundercats was going to be successful when they wrote Silverhawks. Okay, I said my piece. Continue on.
All right, now I have a piece before Tim continues, because I have to counteract what Kevin just said. Larry Kenney told us in the original interview that we did with him that they were recording voices in 1983 for Thundercats.
Right, voices. I'm not talking about the actual production.
Right, no, I know you're not. But what I'm saying is the Thundercats production, even though by 85 the Silverhawk stuff was already written, the Thundercats production was already well into development in 83.
Right. My main point is that neither one of them nothing was done based on the success of one of them.
Right.
It could have been allowed to be produced and made into a show because of the success of Thundercats, but as far as the stuff behind the scenes had nothing to do with Thundercats' success. It had already been done by that point.
Right. Okay, Tim, you can continue now. Sorry.
Oh, no. And I appreciate that backstory on that, Kevin, because I didn't know that was the case. But I will say, I'll rephrase, that it feels to me like Thundercats was the superior product. And it aired first. I saw it first. And then along comes Silverhawks. So it seemed like Thundercats was the one that was the success first, and then they tried to create something else to match that success. So to me it was like, oh, we're doing this, but now it's in space, and didn't quite appeal to me as much. I did watch it as a kid. I enjoyed Silverhawks. I can't say that I enjoyed it as much watching it again as an adult, the way I did with Thundercats. But I also think one of the things that appeals to me about the backstory of Thundercats over the Silverhawks is that, they're leaving their homeland, their homeworld. Lion-O is this young cub, as they call him. And you've got Jaga, the wise one, who's, they're telling them all is going to be okay. And, he's, helping Lion-O. He's giving him some guidance that's going to help him later on as he grows, which he doesn't really quite understand at that point. And then they go into stasis lock, and Jaga basically tells them, I'm too old, I'm not even going to survive, so I have to pilot this ship to get you to this planet that Panthro said has a 99.7% chance of sustaining life, air that we can breathe. I just find that so fascinating. And then they crash on the planet, and Lion-O has to defend the ship by himself against the mutants who are there to scavenge the ship and take what is there. And then Jaga shows up. And that's one of the aspects I really love about Thundercats too, is that Jaga is there. He's a mentor, he's a spirit, and it just adds something to the series. The Silverhawks opening, it's basically two parts. The first part is all about Monstar getting out of prison, because the opening is Commander Stargazer reporting to Earth and saying, "I need help."
Right.
And they're saying, "Okay, give me this report." And he gives them this report and says, "Okay, this time Monstar, basically breaks out of prison." So the whole first half of the episode is Monstar breaking out of prison, and then the second half is on Earth, where they're turning these humans into partly metal, partly real Silverhawks, so that they can withstand the trip in space, to Hawk Haven to help Commander Stargazer. So you don't even really the Silverhawks don't even get to Commander Stargazer until the second episode of the series.
Right. It's a kind of interesting way to introduce things where you don't really give the main characters in the first episode so much.
Yeah, and actually when they started off that episode, they introduced all the characters. So, Silverhawks opens up and they tell you basically, who the players are, and you get to see all the villains. So they're both good. I can almost call this one as a tie, honestly.
Maybe Paul will be able to convince you one way or the other.
I doubt it. Yeah. For me, my interests as a kid were the robots and the things of that sort of nature. So naturally, I would gravitate towards the Silverhawks. I'm like, oh wow, they're becoming cyborgs, basically. That's so cool. So that's something that, excuse me, would play into my personal interests. Now, and Tim, you brought up a terrific point that, the entire first episode of Silverhawks is basically the introduction of the main villain. And for me, I really do like that. It's something that's completely different. Every other series that has come before then, you get the huge backstory about these good guys and why they're good guys. I mean, they're already good guys. We already know that. We don't need to know how they became good guys. But with Monstar, I loved seeing things from his perspective right up front, because this is a guy who's evil. He's just a bad dude, and we get to know why he's like that and what goes into his mentality and things of that nature. For me, it's just something that's radically different than anything that we've ever gotten before. We always get the good guys. It's always the good guy's perspective. And I mean, I know you could say, well, he's a bad guy. We know he's going to be a bad guy, but it's just something that's different. And I remember as a kid watching it and seeing him, and as opposed to seeing Lion-O, using the Sword of Omens for the first time, we get to see Monstar using his powers for the first time, and getting like, ooh, so for me, I instantly got a sense of how powerful this guy is and how serious he is. So that was something that always stuck in my mind, and I always kind of remembered that. And I don't want to say I appreciated it more, but it was definitely something that was different. And it was just, for me, different. That's all I can really think of. I mean, everything else is, I mean, Mike brought up, how, and I jokingly, made comments about how it's just like other, so when I'm watching Thundercats, Mike, you're right. I saw that introduction in Transformers. I saw the planet blowing up with Superman. It was the same kind of stuff. So now imagine Superman, but instead of starting off with the origin of Superman, we got the origin of Lex Luthor. It would kind of, in my mind, it would give a different kind of tone to the movie in general. And that's what I really liked about the Silverhawks. So I'm sticking with Silverhawks on that one.
Fair enough. Steve, any comments on stuff that we've been saying before we all give our final vote on the actual backstory?
I actually have to go back to what you said earlier, and actually I completely agree with your statement, so it's actually kind of moot for me to repeat it.
Which statement?
Yeah, we don't remember.
It was a long time.
I don't remember. Everybody else has talked since then, but I remembered agreeing with you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's what you're saying.
It was probably the thing where you said about that Thundercats was more backstory for the heroes and Silverhawks was more backstory for the villain.
Yes,
gotcha.
That's what it was.
Well, Mike, did you give a definite vote on this one yet?
Thundercats.
You said Thundercats. Paul says Silverhawks. Tim, what was your vote?
It's gonna hurt me, but I'm gonna say Silverhawks.
Why?
Oh!
Steve?
Thundercats.
Oh! Everybody's getting shanked tonight.
Oh, I guess that means I have to break the tie on this one.
Yep.
Oh, man.
$20.
It's just so hard because I agree with a lot of what Paul's saying, is that I like the interesting part of introducing the villain aspect, and I do like Moonstar's introduction much better than Mumra's.
I just thought of something.
Go ahead.
I just thought of something. As a kid, I never did understand why Lion-O aged and nobody else did.
Because they were all already older.
I know. Now that I am 33 years old and I've gone back and rewatched it, it now makes sense. But as a kid, it made no damn sense to me whatsoever.
I do remember it for a little bit as a kid being confused as to that as well, because I was pretty young when I watched this for the first time, and I didn't. It's not like today where you miss something or you don't understand something, you just click on the internet or something and go back and rewatch it.
There wasn't YouTube back then.
Yeah,
there was no YouTube back then.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do that back then. So back then you saw these episodes one time, and it would have been a long time before you saw that episode again.
Right, because of syndication. Now, I will say, now that Paul brought that up, though, the way I see it is Jaga had said that he would never survive the suspension
Jaga
stuff.
wouldn't. Jaga
Right, Jaga wouldn't because he was already so old. However, when Chitara, Tigra, and Panthro specifically, those three, think of them when they started in Exodus, when they first started. Think of them as maybe 25 years old.
I see where you're going.
And by the time they get to Third Earth, they were 35 years old.
Okay, I see where you're going, but then why weren't Wily, Kit, and Cat older?
I don't know about
That's
that.
right. That's right.
Okay,
you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Another thing that's interesting is that the Thundercats and the Silverhawks both have sci-fi backstories.
Right.
Like, they're both completely science fiction origin stories. Which one makes more sense? As a kid, Silverhawks. Which one was more unique? Silverhawks. Which one was more interesting from the hero standpoint? Thundercats. For the uniqueness alone, just because we've seen it before, Thundercats, we saw it in other things, like Mike said, we saw it in different things, the same basic origin story. I'm going to give it to the uniqueness of Silverhawks.
Boo.
Cha-ching.
So, backstory is a tough one, and I still don't even know if I made the right choice. But moving on to the next topic, which is the setting, basically. And what I mean by the setting is Third Earth, as far as the Thundercats go, versus the galaxy of Limbo, as far as Silverhawks go. And I'd like to say my piece first here, because this is something that has always bugged me. And I love sword and sorcery stuff. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I love He-Man. I love Thundercats, do not get me wrong. But something that always bugs me about these things is whenever you have a planet in a fantasy sword and sorcery type environment as your setting, there apparently are no rules. There are no rules to the size of this place. There is no rules as far as how many different environments you can create and act like they always existed on this place. It's like I know that there are like maps that people have made of these places, but they're all bullshit. Because the maps of these places would be impossible, because they'd have to be like so large and so confusing, because they put like a million different environments in these places. And to me, what it is, and it's the same for He-Man and it's the same for Dungeons and Dragons, those are just the two that come to my mind, as it is in Thundercats. It seems like there was no setting, there was no map, there was no outline as to this world. It was created episode by episode to fit each episode's need. Like, we need a forest. Boom, there's now a forest in Third Earth. We need a jungle. Boom, we will create a jungle. We'll name it, and we won't even tell you where it's at in relation to the other places, but it's just over there somewhere. And that's always bugged me about all of those shows. On the contrary, Silverhawks has a map shown in one of the episodes, in one of the early episodes, where it shows all of the planets in relation to each other. And it stays consistent for 65 episodes as far as these are the planets in this system. Out there somewhere is the time, is the limit to where they can go. The Silverhawks have no jurisdiction past that limit, and they very rarely talk about anything outside of that limit. So within their limit, they have a set universe. They have a set environment with set planets. You have Bedlama, you have Hawkhaven, you have Brimstar, you have Fence, you have Dolar. You have all of these things that have their distinct environment. And I appreciate that more because it doesn't seem like something where the writers can just create new stuff to the environment every single time to fit their needs. In the Silverhawks, they're dealing with a environment that has already been set and is consistent, and for that I'm giving you my vote right away for this one because it's like a slam dunk for me on this one. Silverhawks has the better setting just for consistency and being able to understand it as a kid. You knew which planets were out there, you knew where they were, you knew what type of inhabitants were on those planets, whereas Third Earth, it could have been something different every single week. You were getting a new part of this Earth, and to me that it just bugs me. I don't know.
With Third Earth though, they had an entire planet, like us here in the United States.
You're going to compare the size of a planet to the size of space?
Yes, I am. Damn it!
You'll fail miserably. Just stop.
Shut the hell up.
Stop right now.
Shut the hell up. Okay, Third Earth. They had an entire planet. So Momra's pyramid could have been in Egypt, while Cat's lair could have been in Africa.
What I'm saying is it's never defined in the beginning, right. So it makes it seem like they're just making it up as they go.
Right, and I agree. They probably were making it up as they go. However, I thought the point of this was to talk about Cat's lair and Hawkhaven, not the.
No, that's number 6, sir. We're on setting number 5. Stop jumping.
Whoops. Yeah. I like Third Earth because it was. I liked it because it was every unique setting was so unique. It wasn't just the same, you could make different planets have different things, but there's, it's just on one planet, and there's so much that you can do on one planet instead of having to go to 20 different planets and then have one fall off the map because it no longer exists. Oh, hi, Mickey's dog.
But see, setting also, I mean, besides just the actual physical places, to me has to do with the inhabitants of these environments too. Mm-hmm. Thundercats, you literally have 1,000 different people you come across.
Right.
Silverhawks, you have I almost want to save this for later, so I'm not going to keep going into this very often, but it just goes back to that consistency of what you're getting at each place, and what the inhabitants of Fence are, what the inhabitants of Bedlama are, etc. Whereas Third Earth, you turn the corner, you go over this hill, and it's like a whole new species and a whole new environment that you didn't even know existed.
Okay, but that's the point, though, with the two versions, because in Third Earth and in Thundercats, their planet blew up. They're exploring this new planet.
I get that, but I like I said, this isn't a gripe of mine specific for Thundercats. This is a gripe of mine to any sword and sorcery fantasy type setting that does this. And to me, if they had a map or something laid out or something to give some logical, like Lord of the Rings did it. Like Lord of the Rings.
Here we go.
No, I'm saying it's a fantasy, it's a sword and sorcery basic thing, but you understood.
But you knew where Mordor was in relation to the Shire.
Right.
Yeah. See, I completely agree with Kevin on this one. That, and I think what it boils down to is you don't know where. I mean, you have the primary mode of transportation for the Thundercats is the Thunder Tank. You can literally go from an ocean to a forest to a desert in a span of like no time at all. Like it's just down the block, which for me makes it seem as if their planet is like the size of LA. I mean, it really is kind of ridiculous. And I appreciate that they have all these environments, but it works better when you're in the vastness of space where you have one planet that is like this and you have another planet that is like this. And you see them traveling there through the mirage. And, I mean, there's space dwelling organisms that these people are riding on to get from point A to point B. And it seems more realistic. Whereas when you're looking at Third Earth, it's like, oh, I'm going to go over to the desert and I'm just going to walk out my front door and it's going to be there. I mean, it just doesn't, there's no cohesion there. And I couldn't stand that either. That was always one thing that bugged me. And, you know, looking at it through the context of storytelling, I understand why they do it. And I mean, it makes sense. I mean, we're going to have a story about, you know, the Burbles and, you know, here's the forest. Okay, that's fine. You know, now we're going to, you know, go over to Mumron. He's in a pyramid in a desert. You know, that's fine. I mean, I understand for the story, they kind of, you know, I don't want to say they had to do it, but it just seemed like they got lazy with it. And at least with Silverhawks, I mean, yes, it was very simple. You can go from one planet to the next planet, but at least it explained why there is so much of a difference in terms of the different settings.
For me, it was easier as a kid to conceptualize it, understand it, and accept it. And as a kid, like I said, with He-Man, with all these other ones, I always couldn't accept the fact that every week there was a place that we were not, it didn't have a place in my brain in that show up to until that week. And I'm like, wait a second, we've never heard about this place before. Right. And I think that was the problem as a kid, is watching it through a child's mind. In Silverhawks, everything had a space and a spot and a location that made sense in my brain. And every week I wasn't like trying to figure out where the heck they came up with this place.
Right.
Tim?
Yeah, I like Thundercats for the reasons that Kevin hates it, and I and I hate Silverhawks' settings for the reason that Kevin likes it. The mapping thing, it doesn't mean anything to me. I just don't care. And I know the whole J.R.R. Tolkien mythos had this own map and everything, and I just look at that and go, I don't care. You know, I really...
That's because you're not a historian, geographic person. No, I'm just kidding.
And that may be. I really like the just the discovery aspect of Thundercats. I like tuning in every week to find out where they're going to be next. And I know it doesn't necessarily make sense. I can understand the argument that they've got a tank, but yet they're going to all these places, and how fast does this tank go? How can they possibly get here and there and do it so quickly? But I also remember there were episodes where they would go out in the tank, or they would maybe go out in the feeliner, and they wouldn't be back the next episode necessarily. And we don't really know how much time there was between episodes. Right. But I really liked that because it gave the writers freedom to just put the Thundercats in all these different environments and meet different characters. And as Mike was saying, it's a planet. We don't know how big Third Earth is. It could be huge. I mean, look at all the different terrain there is on Earth, and Earth really isn't that big of a planet. So I really don't have
that big of a problem. It was a planet with no oceans.
I'm sorry?
It was a planet with no oceans. They never got to a geographic aspect of this planet that prevented them from getting from one place to another, or from... See, my problem is if you compare it to Earth, and like Mike said, and I think that's accurate, you could say that, yes, all these different places could literally exist in a planet-sized object. But my problem is like Paul was saying, they get to all of them within an episode or two. And I know you don't necessarily know how much time is passing in this or that, but the proximity that the forest must have to the jungle, must have to the desert, to whatever, is what I couldn't buy as a kid, because it seems like it should, especially in an 80s mind, before, everything that we can do today and the internet and whatnot and whatever, like it just wasn't fathomable to me to buy that they were getting to these areas such relative speed, and with no ocean to cross, or with no, ridiculous huge mountain range to get over. That was my problem, is how easily these places were connected. And as you're a kid, these are the times when you're learning about environments, and you're learning about different types of like tundra versus jungle versus whatever, and it's all relative to how far you are from the equator, etc. As far as Earth, what we're taught as a kid. And to me, it's like this had no rhyme or reason, because these places should not be able to exist in such proximity to each other based on climate and stuff like that.
Right.
I know I'm taking a way too scientific approach to it, but for me as a kid,
Yes, you are.
But as a kid, that's
I'm going to say another
kid than
thing
the rest
here.
of us.
I just thought of this. If instead of the galaxy of Limbo, I know that's a cool name for a setting for a story and all that. If they just had it in the Milky Way galaxy and used the other used Mars, worked around, I think a lot of kids would have had more. That would be another lesson for a kid because you learn about the planets in school.
I think when we do the Silverhawks, we can do that
with the Silverhawks. I think the lesson that they would learn would contradict what they would watching the show would contradict what they would learn in school because there's nothing that's living on Jupiter. There's nothing that's living on Saturn. Yeah,
but most people back then knew the difference between television and actual reality. Kids today don't know that.
Your vote is.
That being said, then why does it need to be in the Milky Way galaxy?
I don't know.
Because it's in a galaxy far, far away.
Mike, your vote is for Thundercats on this?
Yes.
Okay, I have a few more things I want to say real quick about this. For me, cartoons don't have to always make sense, and I think there's a lot of that, when people, especially when they look back on old cartoons, are saying, oh, well, there's, that can never happen, that doesn't make any sense. It's a cartoon. I enjoy it in the moment. I like, again, being surprised, being taken places. I like TV shows that take me to different places, Law and Order is a great show, but it's always in New York City, almost always. And I like other shows that, maybe you're in the woods one week, the next week you're in the city, some other week you're near the beach or, at a lake. Or, I like being taken to different places. And with Silverhawks, it was basically the same boring settings over and over and over again. And watching that first volume of the DVDs, it was hard for me to get through them. I just kept thinking, why is it I don't like the show, or why am I getting bored with it? And it was a lot of just fighting in space. I mean, yes, they had the planets they would go to, but a lot of times the background was just space. I didn't really see much going on the planets that you mentioned that were part of this world. And I think it's cool that they created this map and they stayed within those boundaries. But it just seems so boring. And if I was there, I'd say, lock me up in that prison that you got Monstar out of.
See, and I had this. I like being in different places, and to me, the planets each represent a different area in a different place. So I didn't get bored as much when I was watching it. Whereas Thundercats, I actually did find myself getting more bored with the environment and stuff. Even though you're getting introduced to new things all the time, to me, it was the lack of consistency that, like I said, it just bothered me. And I don't know why as a kid, but even as a kid, I said they just created that for this week's episode.
Well, let's face it. This is the only time I want to point this out, because I point this out every time we have a discussion about this genre of shows. The 80s were not about continuity.
I didn't say there wasn't continuity. There's continuity.
Right, there is. But what I'm saying is, as far as the actual places,
right?
It's not about continuity. Whereas, as Tim alluded to earlier with Law and Order, yes, it is only in one city, but you have multiple areas of that city that you're going to, so I don't know. Steve,
but you don't have a desert on one city block and a mountainous area in another.
Steve, weigh in so we can move on.
Okay. Yeah. As far as those are concerned, I like the looks graphically of the Third Earth. But I have to agree, it's kind of just, a one shot, make shit up as we go. That, and I'm more of a space fan than just sitting here camped out on a planet. So I'm going to have to go with Silverhawks on this one.
And the crowd rejoices.
Somebody poop.
I'm glad Steve can just break the tie, though, because I think we would have been going like 8 rounds on that one.
Yeah, because space is definitely cooler than just sitting there on a planet.
I agree.
Says the guy who loves Beast Wars.
That's
and Star Trek.
Oh,
that's not different.
Star Trek's on a spaceship.
Space is cool.
So, what are the votes now? Mine is Thundercats. Steve's is Silverhawks. Tim, what's your vote?
Thundercats.
Thundercats.
Okay.
And Paul and I both voted Silverhawks.
You guys suck.
So, moving on to something similar but slightly different, going more specific here. Our sixth category here is the actual bases. We have the Cat's Lair versus Hawk Haven. The Cat's Lair is being co-built by both the Thundercats and the Burbills. A giant Sphinx-like creature with stairs going up the middle. His paws lift up to let vehicles out. People can go exit through the mouth of the, I don't know what kind of cat you want to call it, so just call it a Sphinx. Whereas Hawkhaven is basically like a planet type, smaller than a planet, but like a asteroid, I don't know, sized thing with a hawk coming out of it, and then the middle of it has an opening where the Silverhawks can exit, the ships can exit, etc. Very similar in some ways, but very different in others. We haven't started with Tim before, so let's start with Tim real quick on the bases as far as your thoughts on Cat's Lair versus Hawkhaven.
They're both great designs. I really do like both of them, but Hawkhaven is just a bird perched on an egg. There's really not much very exciting there. I guess you could sort of say a thing about Cat's Lair, but Cat's Lair just does more. I mean, those paws come up and the Thunder Tank comes rolling out. I like that the cat head on Cat's Lair rotates, and so that allows them to scan the area and see what's out there, which doesn't really give them a whole lot of, it doesn't give them a very wide angle view of what's going on, but that's what they used it for. And then it also, I think, didn't the eyes shoot beams or something?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So I just like that design. I like that it's kind of tucked in there in that cave or part of that mountain that's been blown up or whatever it is. It's really, really cool setting. My vote just goes to Cat's Lair, hands down.
I think the coolest thing about Hawkhaven is when they do the actual shot of things leaving from the center there. It's a cool visual that they give, but I do agree that the Cat's Lair has a lot more functionality. Paul, your thoughts on the two bases?
In terms of functionality, you're absolutely right. I mean, Tim, Kevin, you guys are absolutely correct. I mean, obviously there's functionality involved there. I don't, in terms of, if you were to draw a parallel between the two, I mean, they're in space, so naturally there's going to be an asteroid. So you build a giant bird into the asteroid. Conversely, the Thundercats are on a planet. So you build the giant lair into the side of a mountain. I mean, they're relevant to whatever cartoon you're talking about. I mean, there's really not that much of a difference when it comes down to it. But I do have to actually give the edge to the Thundercats, just because of the functionality of their lair itself.
And if you would have asked me as a kid which one I thought was cooler, I would have said the Cat's Lair.
I still desperately want a Cat's Lair for my collection.
Mike, thoughts on the bases?
Oh, oh God.
If you say Hawkhaven, I'm going to slap you.
Well, all right, here's the thing. Hawkhaven, I wonder how many people, got insurance policies to build this thing. I mean, it looks like a makeshift Death Star that's with a hawk on top of it. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. What? It goes to Cat's Lair, hands down. Functionality, coolness, it's much cooler than Hawkhaven. More storage room.
I will say that the Silverhawks was at a disadvantage just in general of coming up with a base because it was going to have to be something similar to that. I'm not saying, that makes Hawkhaven any better, but I don't know what else they could have come up with that would have been as cool as Cat's Lair.
No. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. No,
You're wrong.
I could be wrong. Shut up, Paul. I seem to remember that, did Hawkhaven ever move?
No, it did. That picture doesn't necessarily show everything. There is usually
right. No. I'm not talking about the picture in general. I'm asking.
No, I was just going to say the only time anything ever happened to it was there's a part of it that's below the actual asteroid that got ripped off in one episode. but no, I don't believe I ever remember it moving.
I don't either. It just floated the bay doors open to let ships in and out.
Steve, what's your vote go to?
Okay, this one for me is going to be easy. I'm going with the Cat's Lair. It just looks cooler.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and it's more graphically and aesthetically pleasing than Hawkhaven. It looks like Mike said, a hawk on a giant rock.
It looks like something that should be on your hood ornament or something.
Yeah, like on the front of your Cadillac or something, or your knockoff Mitsubishi.
Yeah. So our second unanimous topic here, we'll go to one more here before we shift gears a little bit, and that is the actual storytelling writing. And we're not going to go super into like specific details of each and every episode or anything like that. We're just kind of a generic comment on the storytelling or writing, because for the most part, these are both what I like to call just one-off episode shows, where you have individual episodes that loosely can be connected to other episodes, but there's not a giant overarching story. Now, I will say that Thundercats has a slightly different aspect to it because it ran 2 seasons.
Yep.
Anything over the course of 1 season can easily spend their first season introducing characters and kind of having a bunch of one-off stories. What happened that separates these two in my mind a little bit, and I haven't decided necessarily who I'm giving the vote to, but in Thundercats' second season, stuff starts to shift. Instead of having one-off episodes, we actually had overarching stories that continued for, multiple episodes. For example, as far as the last bit of the season where they were continuously trying to find, in Thundercats, they were trying to find the different items that were scattered throughout, New Thundera at that point?
Yeah, it was like the treasures.
Are you talking about Thundercats Ho?
No, I'm talking about the actual 1988 episodes where there was kind of a overarching continuity because they were trying to get the different treasures as far as, it's been a while since I watched it, but they were trying to collect the different things, and it kind of carried an overarching story, which wasn't something that you saw in the first season of Thundercats. So there was that aspect of, we finally had some overarching continuity lines during that second season of Thundercats, something that may have happened if Silverhawks had a second season, but since it didn't, if you were just to compare the first seasons of both shows, they'd be very similar. As far as
the one thing I want to point out here is, I just counted it up. Between the 2 series, Silverhawks only did 2 multi-part stories. They had 4 episodes that were part 1 and part 2s of each other. Thundercats, you had way more mini sagas, like Thundercats Ho, the movie. Return to Thundera had a 4 or 5-parter. So they had more, even in the first season. Yeah, even in the first season, they had more like self-contained mini stories than Silverhawks did, like Feliner Part 1 and Part 2. But overall, both of them have had their, regular Villain of the Week or Story of the Week episodes as well.
Well, just to correct a minor flaw there, Silverhawks had 3 2-parters, but that's not really that many more than 2, so that's fine. But
Thundercats still had more.
No, but my point is, my point is, in the first season of Thundercats, you actually had less than that. You only had the 1. You had Feliner Part 1 and Part 2. So my point was, if you're just comparing the first of them, it's different. But as soon as the other stuff comes in Thundercats, where you have the Thundercats whole movie, and then you have the Mum-Ra Lives, because what they did is they started every year with basically a 5-parter, so to speak. So it was that extra boost that they got, an opportunity to do stuff after that season 1, that separates as far as if you're just looking at a continuity or that aspect of the show. As far as the individual storytelling, I mean, it kind of comes down to maybe a little bit of, space stories, whereas in Silverhawks, you're constantly trying to capture the mob and put them behind bars, whereas in Thundercats, it's more about the Sword of Omens, getting a hold of that, maintaining the power over Third Earth, etc. So the stories are very different. I'm not saying which ones are better. If you're going based on which one had more continuity and story arcs, you might have to go with Thundercats. But one thing I do, and this last thing I'll say before I let you guys talk, but the last thing I'll say about the writing is, one thing I do appreciate on the Silverhawks side, and it was kind of going back to what I was saying before, and it has a little bit to do with the setting. In Thundercats, you literally are introduced to a million different characters. And I know this because I screen capped pics of every single person and that talks. And my point is, just like the environment, you're introduced to new species of people all the time. You're introduced to new characters all the time. And so the writing is much more diverse as far as amount of people you get introduced to. But for me, it's cool about the Silverhawks is each planet has its inhabitants that are used over and over. There's very few characters in Silverhawks that are only in one episode.
Right.
With almost no exceptions, you always seem to see these people show up again. And I like that from a writing standpoint in Silverhawks is you never just introduce a character for one episode. You introduce them, and then you might come back to them 5 episodes later or 10 episodes later. They might be involved in something. And I like that aspect of Silverhawks is that these planets have consistent inhabitants that are part of the story. You get to know the taxi driver. You get to know the kind of the bad inhabitants that frequent fence. You get to, there's certain people in charge of each planet that are consistent throughout the entire series. So as far as continuity, you might get a little more from Thundercats. As far as consistency, you might get a little bit more from Silverhawks. I'm not saying which one I'm voting for, but Mike, you want to talk a little bit?
The thing for me is, as we've already stated, Thundercats played up to the hero's backstory in the beginning, and Silverhawks played up to the villains. In Thundercats specifically, especially with the Mum-Ra Lives multi-part episode, that gave you more insight to Mum-Ra. Thundercats Ho was amazing. The backstory of learning more of the escape from Thundera, from the original planet, and then them finding and creating a new planet, new Thundera. I prefer Thundercats overall. However, I will say that, to me, Thundercats has more of that overarching continuity because to me, Silverhawks is basically metal space cops. It's a metal military unit is what it is to me, and it's basically, sure they can put character development on every single character. Sure they can have, pretty much, yeah. Sure, they can have, multiple different owners of planets and multiple different villains. I like in Thundercats that the main villain is Mum-Ra, the mutants, and then they bring in, the others, other stuff. But overall, Mum-Ra is the main one. The one thing I wanted to point out for Silverhawks, and one thing that I absolutely loved, was actually episode 49, Window in Time.
Oh, God, that was good. Thank you for bringing that up.
When Hardware accidentally finds a window in time and travels back in time to before the Silverhawks left Earth for the galaxy of Limbo, Flashback follows him and tries to stop him from sabotaging the Mirage and stopping the Silverhawks from reaching Limbo. But can he do it in time? That was an amazing, amazing storytelling episode right there.
And there was one previous that introduced a character, and we'll get to them a little bit later, but that introduced the character of Flashback. That was amazing. I actually tweeted last night that it may have been one of the best 80s episodes I've ever seen as far as storytelling goes, because when they got into the time travel aspect of Silverhawks and some of those more sci-fi things, the storytelling was phenomenal. And it happened about halfway through to 2/3 of the way through their 65 seasons and really kind of rejuvenated the series for me, and which is why I didn't really get bored so quickly with the series. But yeah, their time-telling and time-traveling episodes were pretty good.
Yeah. What about you, Paul, as far as the overall story between the both shows?
In terms of the overall story, in the writing quality, I think we're looking at, or at least me, I think we're comparing two things that really aren't all that equal. We're comparing something that had 2 seasons to something that had 1 season. Now, because of the length of Thundercats, I think we're able to get more things into it. where, obviously you have more story arcs and things of that nature. Now, that being said, with the Thundercats, you're getting all these different characters and all these different things coming at you. What I liked about, and I think Kevin, you said this, that with the Silverhawks, you have less characters, but in my opinion, you had more time spent with those characters, as opposed to we have a little bit of time with this guy and then a little bit of the time with this guy, and it constantly keeps jumping around with Thundercats.
There's a lot more character development in Silverhawks,
and that for me, that is more quality writing when you're able to spend more time with a character and develop that personality and that character itself. You can become more attached to it, and you can determine whether or not you like it, and you can pick parts of your own personality, and you can identify with certain characters. Whereas if you're just having a whole bunch of them thrown at you, you're kind of like left looking back and forth. It's like, who do I pick? Who's my favorite? Who's more exciting than someone else? Because they just don't have as much time to develop 20 characters as they do with 10 characters. So for me, at
least it wasn't 130 in 3 episodes.
Well, that would be bad. Yeah. For me, it's just it's the quality of the storytelling. And now that being said, if you had more seasons with Silverhawks, could that have gotten watered down? It's possible. You never know. But for me, it was just I was able to identify with the characters more with Silverhawks, and that's because of the writing that was put into them.
Napa know-how.
A Napa guy knows more isn't always better, unless we're talking about full-size vans. These beasts do more than get you from A to B. They have so much space a man can live in it. With shag carpeting, waterbed, and a sweet lava lamp, these mobile abodes have all the comforts of home. With quality parts and plenty of Napa know-how, you can keep the original tiny house running longer, stronger. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Tim?
Yeah, you were saying it could have gotten watered down. That was what I was thinking too. I mean, I think they're both good, but even though Thundercats had 2 seasons and more time, and the writers could say, okay, we've done this in season 1. Where are we going to go with season 2? We've got 65 more episodes to write, guys. They did a good job with it.
More 5-parters.
Yeah, but it could very well have just been filler and could have been just crap, and it could have really left a bad mark on the whole franchise. But I think they did a good job with it. And likewise with Silverhawks, they could have had a second season and could have really gone places and taken the franchise in a direction and expanded on what they already had. But again, I've watched these episodes, the entire Thundercats run, and the Volume 1 DVDs of Silverhawks recently as an adult, and I find Thundercats more enjoyable. The repetitiveness of the storytelling shows for me when watching Silverhawks, and maybe that's because I'm not really a big fan of the whole crime and mob stuff. Right. I'm more of an action adventure guy. I like, as I said, going back to what I talked about with the settings with Thundercats and Silverhawks, is that the settings allow for more diversity in the storytelling. As you said, bringing in other characters. I like the Snowman and Snow Meow, and some of the other characters that they came across on Third Earth and New Thundera. So my vote's for Thundercats.
Paul, just before we move on, what was your vote?
Silverhawks.
All right. I'll try to give my vote here. I'm really torn because I do like the 5-parters. I do like a lot of the stuff that happened in the second season of Thundercats, but man, I like the time traveling aspects of Silverhawks and the fact that we got to really know the additional characters well, and the fact that they were recurring. And I don't want to penalize Silverhawks just because it didn't get that second season, because they both had very limited 2 parts or story arcs or continuity if you just take their first season against each other. Oh, goodness. I'm going to go for the Silverhawks. Mike?
I already said Thundercats. What about you, Steve?
I'm gonna go with Thundercats just because I like the storylines better. It captured my attention.
It's hard to beat 5-parters and stuff like that.
True.
Exactly.
Very true.
If they're done right.
Right.
Right. Correctly. Yes.
All right, so that does it for the big categories. We're going to move on to some easier categories with our next selection.
The sword will not obey you, Lion-O.
Huh? Jaga?
The sword will never obey in order to destroy wantonly, Lion-O.
Oh, I was just going to have some fun.
Fun? Your food supplies are plentiful at present, and those gentle creatures have as much right to the life force as you do, Lion-O. The sword will only come to life to combat evil. Do you understand?
Well, yes, Jaga, I guess so, but... Jaga? Oh, he's gone, and I have so many questions.
Well, come in.
Wow, sure is homey.
You're Quicksilver, right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Oh, canny sir stuff, Lieutenant. We're gonna be working together too closely for all that.
Right. Let me introduce...
No offense, Quicksilver, but let's make the intros short. You're Steelheart, right? And you must be your little brother Steelwill, right?
You got it.
Put it there, Commander.
Forget it, I've read your file. Yes, you're the Copper Kid. From the planet of the mimes, huh? Never been there myself. Colonel Bluegrass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Young for a colonel.
Oh, shucks, just naturally talented, Commander.
So, you're the latest models, huh? Oh, pretty slick.
And first up in our series of 6 categories in a row that are dealing with the characters, the first one is the masters or the mentors, so to speak, which we compare Jaga from the Silverhawks to Commander Stargazer from... sorry.
What the fuck?
You know what I meant. Jaga from the Thundercats to Commander Stargazer from... Paul's got me all confused here.
Oh, come on now. You blame me?
It's those damn Californians. They confuse
Commander Stargazer
everybody.
from the Silverhawks. The 2 leaders. That's what we're talking about. Mike, start it off. Save me.
All right, Commander Stargazer, out of the episodes of Silverhawks that I've watched in preparation for this, he's just a hard-nosed drill sergeant to me. He has no real character, has no real emotion, other than get the job done and get it done right.
Except for he does have a lot of connections to the different characters that they're hunting down.
Right,
He's had previous experience.
He does, but...
And he's made of gold.
He's your standard military officer. He's not, he's your standard military high-ranking officer. I believe there's a couple episodes where stuff might hit home for him. Like, wasn't there one having to do with his wife or something like that?
There's quite a few that hit home for him.
Right, but whereas Jaga
is your typical dead spirit. I'm just kidding.
Okay, he is your typical Obi-Wan and Anakin and all that stuff.
Use the Force.
Do not replace the original actor with fucking Hayden Christensen. Thank you very fucking much. Shut up. So Jaga was more of a teacher. He was more of, teaching Lion-O for the future, and even as a ghost. The Ghost of Starscream didn't teach Astro Train anything. He just stole his body. But, Jaga, he's still making Lion-O learn his lessons as he is still growing up in Lion-O's mind. So, for me, this one, it goes to Jaga.
Tim?
I think Jaga is just awesome. And he's... I think it's because he is that father figure that so many kids want to have. You want to have someone who is wise, who can guide you and help you out, and that's what he's doing with Lion-O. He's giving him guidance and helping him grow, and Lion-O did. He matured during the show, especially in that second season. You see where Lion-O's not questioning himself as much. And I can't remember if Jaga even showed up as much in the second season. I want to say he didn't, but yeah, Stargazer, I kind of see him similar to what Mike was describing as kind of this drill sergeant. I don't think he was quite that hard-nosed, but he was still just kind of like, kind of there giving them direction. And he did show emotion, but it was somewhat limited. So my vote's for Jaga.
I do like the fact that Stargazer was the only one made of gold, and that he had the cool eyepiece, and that he had the history of, they brought villains down that he had originally put in the, behind bars, and, that he's the one calling for replacements or for the original Silverhawks. Like, I do think he has more character than Mike was giving him credit for. But Jaga's just pretty cool. Unlike Mike, I'm not afraid to make a vote for the other show. So I will vote for Thundercats on this one.
Anyways.
Paul?
Now, I'm sticking with Silverhawks. I love the connection that the master, as they're being called, to the master to the main villain of it, and how there's a history between Stargazer and Monstar, and how Stargazer was, he captured him in the past, and now he's too old to really kind of do it again, and here comes the new group of Silverhawks that help him out.
Jaga has that same connection with Groon. I mean, you can make that same argument for Thundercats.
Groon is not the same as Mum-Ra. So, while that's nice, that's all well and good, I don't care what you say. It's for me, I like that personal connection between the man who is leading the Thundercats, or the Silverhawks. There I go again. I'm on medication, guys. Come on.
He's on drugs. The man who is
leading the Silverhawks in the battle against the main villain in the show, whereas Jaga, I absolutely agree that I think he's a wonderful mentor, and he trains Lion-O very well. But for me, there's not that personal connection. So it doesn't work for me. So I have to go with Stargazer.
Steve?
I'm going with Jaga, just because I like the Obi-Wan-ish type character, and the cyborg guy kind of looks like a douche.
He kind of looks like one, but he's made out of gold.
He's worth more. He's not.
Somebody can pawn him at Mint.
Golden cyber douche.
Somebody can pawn him at the U.S. Mint and make money off him.
That's right. They can melt him down for value. Anyway, so moving on to our next group of people, the heroes that these masters were mentoring, etc. On one side, we have Lion-O, Tigra, Panthro, and Cheetara. We're just talking about the main original heroes. And on the Silverhawks, we have Quicksilver, Bluegrass, Steel Wheel, and Steel Heart. Now, obviously, like we said, Lion-O is the young mentor. He's the main guy. Panthro is the brute force. Cheetara is the speed. And Tigra is supposed to be kind of the wiser, at least in this series, the wiser, more disciplined, full of integrity type character, as explained by the series creators. I'm not making this up, so that's not just my words. Quicksilver is the leader of the Silverhawks. You have the Steel Heart and Steel Will, which are twins, and they're very strong. And then you have Bluegrass, who is the pilot and the music maker of the group. Let's start with Paul on this one. You haven't started one, I don't think. So what are your opinions on just the four main heroes of each series?
In terms of the four main heroes, one of my favorite characters of all 80s cartoons is Panthro. I make no secrets about it. I mean, when it came to Thundercats, I loved Panthro. When it came to Ninja Turtles, I loved Donatello. When it comes to Transformers, I love Wheeljack. I'm into those. And that's one thing that Panthro, he was, yes, he was the brute force, but he was also smart. I mean, he designed the Thunder Tank. I mean, he knows what he's doing. I was always very impressed with him. But now, overall, in terms of all the characters, I like the Silverhawks more. Quicksilver I liked more because he was already kind of a confident leader, whereas Lion-O was still trying to. And I like the development of Lion-O into a leader, but I like the fact that Quicksilver was already there. Bluegrass was always kind of weird for me. He always brought a sense of humor to it, which I liked. But honestly, I remember watching, I was like, this guy's pointless. I mean, he flies the Mirage. I was like, he doesn't work for me too much. But now, with Steel Will and Steelheart, I mean, obviously, you got Steelheart, who's kind of like the Chitara. I mean, there's parallels with all of them. And, Steel Will with Panthro. But I like the fact that they were brother and sister. I like the fact that they were twins. And they had that connection going, obviously, there. But just in terms of the characters overall, I have to pick the Silverhawks.
For me, I don't care for either of the females in this grouping. Compared to some of the other 80s shows that had much better female, like, superhero type characters, like She-Ra, for example, and even Teela in He-Man, far outweigh these two. So I kind of discount both female characters, as I didn't like either of them. Bluegrass I was obsessed with as a kid. He was like, I don't know if it was the cowboy hat or the blue metal or the song and dance or what it was, the pilot. I don't know. I for some reason loved Bluegrass. He was the first Silverhawks figure I ever owned. So I loved him. And if we were to take this just as like the two heroes, if we were just comparing Lion-O and Quicksilver, I would give it to Silverhawks because I like Quicksilver way better than I like Lion-O. But for me, what makes the difference in this category is Tigra and Panthro. I really like Tigra and Panthro for some reason. And like you said, Panthro was the one coming up with all the different devices and building all the things, similar to what Steel Will and Steelheart were doing, but Panthro was doing it on his own. Earl Hyman did a great job, but we'll talk about voices later. But the combination of Tigra and Panthro a little bit outweigh the Steelheart and the Steel Twins, as they're called. So overall, if we're going to take all four of them, I will take the Thundercats. If we were just going on Lion-O versus Quicksilver, though, this would be a Silverhawks vote for me. So, Mike?
Should be no surprise, but Thundercats, because they're a family. I never felt a family vibe with the Silverhawks. They're all military officers.
But they're not family.
They're not at all.
At least actual family exists with the Silverhawks.
There's a brother and a sister. You just
a brother and sister. Okay, those two I can discount, but as far as the overall between the four of them, they're not a family at all, in my opinion. I mean, sure, Bluegrass is Copper Kid's father, but other than that,
stop it.
It goes to Thundercats because, as Paul said, I always gravitated towards Panthro. Panthro was awesome. Each of the Thundercats characters has their own unique backstory and character traits. Lion-O is the young leader learning. Tigra is the middle-aged wise man, I guess you could say. Panthro is the tinkerer, and Chitara is the hot piece of ass.
No, she's not hot.
Yes, she is. The animation model.
Not in this.
Shut up. So mine goes to Thundercats. What about you, Tim?
Yeah, my vote's for Thundercats too. The Silverhawks, they're not very distinguishable in my opinion. I find most of them are just rather boring, and I hate those sports metaphors that Steelheart and Steel Wheel are throwing out. That just gets on my nerves. And they're always high-fiving each other, and to
me, it's the twins that ruins it.
Yeah, because Steelheart, I actually like her, and Steel Wheel, I was always a big fan of these, big bulking characters when I was younger. Just like with Voltron, I was a big fan of Hunk. He was my favorite of the Voltron Force. And I love Panthro and Thundercats too. I just think that the stronger cast is on the Thundercats, and Quicksilver, he just seems really boring to me. I think Tigra on the Thundercats team is seen as a boring character, and I think part of that's probably because of the delivery that the voice actor gave for his character. And I don't think he intended it to be that way. He even said on one of the special features on the DVDs that he didn't know he sounded so stiff and boring. But I still think Quicksilver is just like the blandest leader I've ever seen in a cartoon, and I like Bluegrass the most of the Silverhawks. I think he's an interesting character.
If you really want to look at it, Quicksilver isn't the leader. Bluegrass is.
Yeah, I kind of get that feel too.
Well, Bluegrass is the second in command.
Yeah. No. Bluegrass took way more charge in leading the team than Quicksilver ever did.
In the
Bluegrass
in
never
the
even left
pilot,
the Mirage usually.
In terms of actual physical rank, yeah, Bluegrass was higher ranked than Quicksilver was. But
yeah, because in the pilot, I was trying to think what rank they said he was, but one of the guys on the team putting the Silverhawks team together on Earth, one of the aliens, because they were aliens actually putting the Quicksilver team. I did it again. The Silverhawks team together. It's getting late.
Blame it on me.
But one of the guys made a comment about, what is this cowboy doing here? And one of the guys said, that cowboy is a colonel or whatever, commander or whatever his rank was. And it was meant to say this guy is a high-ranking military officer. So don't discount him just because he's wearing a cowboy hat.
Yeah, Bluegrass
is the colonel.
And Quicksilver was just a lieutenant, I believe.
Right, and the other two were sergeants.
Yeah. And then obviously Stargazer was like the commander of them. So
Quicksilver was the field commander because Bluegrass usually was in the Mirage and didn't actually go out and do the actual. So that's why Quicksilver was in charge of them in combat, so to speak. But yeah, Steve, what is your vote for as far as the main heroes go?
I'm voting for the Thundercats because I think their personality's better. The rest of them will pretty much cutter each other. As far as the Thundercats are concerned, somebody's typing. I hear bitching going on. And I have not read it yet. So, I mean, it all boils down to the fact that, it depends on your preference of the character styles. Yeah, you have, your three males and the one female on both teams. But I don't know. I think I like the characters better themselves on Thundercats than on Silverhawks, as far as the heroes are concerned.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there's an easy argument for them having bigger personalities on the Thundercats, and then the Silverhawks being more somewhat bland or cookie cutter, so to speak. So that makes sense. Our next character discussion might be the hardest one for me to come up with a winner, and that's the villain of the show, the main villain. We're talking Mum-Ra versus Moonstar.
Spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living!
Now, they each have two forms. This is where we go all Transformers on everybody. Because Mum-Ra has the decrepit, old, mummy-like guy, and then Mum-Ra the ever-living when he goes crazy and bulks up and everything. And then you have Moonstar, who is like a furry beast animal thing that turns into a spiky metal beast-like thing. Still very similar in size compared to the difference in size that we get with Mum-Ra. To me, I think one thing that has to be brought up here is that Mumra can only be his bigger form in certain conditions.
Right.
Whereas Monstar does need the moon beam to trigger his transformation, but nothing necessarily makes it go away.
Right. He has no kryptonite.
Right, so he is, like, if you're taking the weaker forms of both of them, Monstar is the more badass, weaker guy, if you want to say it, because he's still badass in both forms. If you were comparing the two hulked up versions, I think they're very similar. Although you do have to say that Mumra has this magical wizardry type power, whereas Monstar is more of a muscly mob leader type person.
Right.
But I'll let you guys talk because I still haven't made up my mind on this one.
I'm just gonna say one thing. One of the reasons I wish that to me, you know, Monstar is all about, oh, I need the moonbeam, I need this to power up, and he has this badass form before he powers up. It looks. I took a screen cap of his left eye glowing, and it's so badass. And then he just turns into a transforming robot. I mean, that's all it is. It's a fucking transformer. It looks like shit to me. I don't like it whatsoever. So as far as the overall look, I prefer Mumra.
What does Monstar's other form really give him, though? That's what I don't really quite understand.
Plating?
Well, first of all,
power?
Hold on. You gotta understand that, number one, we're out in space, which means that there's a lot of like laser type fighting, which is a different type of fighting than we have in Thundercats. And his metallic version is, number one, more defensible against that than his, I guess what you want to call his beast version or whatever. And it's not just him that transforms. He also transforms his vehicle. It's almost like a He-Man transformation where Battlecat hulks up too. He has his like octopus squid thing. Squid? Is that what it is? Skyrunner that turns into a kind of a badass assault vehicle as well. So it's not just him that's doing it. It's his vehicle as well. But
Mumra needs no vehicle. His pyramid is his vehicle.
Right. But as far as like what it does for him, he does. Now this is where it's kind of falls back on the animation of the 80s. There are times when you see him in his hulked up version that he is gigantic.
Yeah.
Like there's one scene where he's standing next to, I don't even remember who he's standing next to, and he is just hulking over him, which he doesn't do when he's in his previous version, even though at the surface they seem like they're about the same size. But you got to picture that the spiky version is actually a lot bigger.
Yeah. I like the overall design of pre-steroid Monstar. I like both versions of Mumra, so I think I'm going to give it to Mumra and give it to Thundercats on this.
I like the wizardry of Mumra, but I don't like that one of his versions is so weak, whereas Monstars are both strong. I still haven't made my decision yet, but Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing that, in terms of, villain, it's Mumra as his regular version is such a weakling. He can't. It doesn't seem like he can beat anybody in that form. He has to become his hulked up version. Whereas at least with Monstar, his normal version seems like he could actually be a menace and actually do something and not have to do the transformation. And I know we're going to talk about this later on, but as a kid, when you're watching these shows on TV, you draw a connection with them because you're playing with the toys as well. And for me, I always preferred Monstar because the toy was so much cooler. I mean, you had the toy that you just flipped it, his head could flip and you would have both versions. Whereas Mumra, you just had the hulked up version of him. And that was it. So for me, I gotta go with Monstar.
Like for Mumra scared me more as a kid. He was more creepy and like scary. But like, if I was picking who I wanted to lead my bad guys, I would have been like, Monstar is more of a badass. Even though Mumra is scarier and has his magical powers, like, Monstar is just, like, intimidating as all hell. I'm still torn. I'm still on the fence. Tim?
Steve?
Or Steve.
Or no, it was, I don't remember who it was.
Whoever wants to talk.
Tim, I guess you could go.
Okay. From a visual aspect, I like the design of Mumra a lot more, both in his weak mummy form and his bulked up form. I did like Monstar too. I remember drawing Monstar as a kid and other characters like him because I liked that, the idea of the spikes coming out of the head. I thought that was so cool. But also, I like that Mumra has to depend on the ancient spirits of evil, to perform his transformation. And during the course of the show, there was one point where the ancient spirits of evil decided they didn't want to help Mumra anymore because he'd failed so many times to stop the Thundercats. And he was able to come back and gain their favor again, become Mumra. But and really all that Monstar had to do was have Yes Man pull a few levers to tilt the planet just right so that the Moonstar could shine a beam through and into his eye. And I think that Monstar's form before the transformation is much cooler, like Mike said. So I'm going to vote for Thundercats. I'm going to vote for Mumra.
The other thing I will say real quick about those two characters is, as far as, like I said, Mumra has magical power, so he can do some stuff that Monstar can't. If you're basing it on who was the better leader and fighter and all that stuff, though, like, I just think Monstar he was in battle more, he was used more, and he didn't ever have any of his people ever try to, like, backstab him really to an extent. Like, there was a lot of loyalty there. I mean, besides the fact that sometimes he wouldn't pay them and they would try to hold out for money or whatever, no one was trying to battle with Monstar because he was such a badass. But I guess nobody was really trying to battle with Mumra either. Steve, what do you think about these two guys?
I'm going to have to go with Silverhawks in this one. Just because the bad guy looks... I'm not too thrilled with his robotic form, but his other form looks fucking wicked compared to Mumra. Mumra just looks like a mummy that's kind of a knockoff of Skeletor and kind of a sissy.
Yeah.
So to me, that guy's like weak by comparison, whereas Monstar he just looks like he's a fiery death trap.
Yeah, that is true.
The other thing I want to point out really quickly before we move on is Mumra, in his mummy form, would always create things, whether it's a bat, whether it's other magical
so it's like the
things.
Power Rangers.
God.
Mumra definitely had the
he would use the magic to his advantage. I mean, take the episode Tim mentioned earlier about tricking Tigra and all that stuff. He will use the magic to his advantage, and I think that's something that Monstar doesn't have any kind of advantage like that.
The only thing I hated was that his reflection was his weakness.
Yeah.
Well,
I got him so many times.
Seems like he had a lot of weaknesses is my problem. Like, he had the cooler speech, that's for sure. As far as transformation speech, I like, ancient spirits of evil type thing a little bit better than Monstar's, even though they're both kind of iconic. I think what it boils down, for me, if I have to pick who's going to be my big badass boss leader, I want somebody that's badass 100% of the time, not 40% of the time when he doesn't see his own reflection. But I don't want to make this seem like it's a big... To me, it's like a 50.5% to 49.5. I'm barely giving this to Monstar. Just because he's badass in both modes. Instead of just one. So next up on our group of characters, we have to deal with the rest of the bad guys from both of these shows. With Thundercats, we have the likes of people like Rotaro, Groon, Vultureman, Monkey and Slythe, and Jackalman. And Silverhawks, we have Melodia, Poker Face, Yes Man, Windhammer, Mumbo Jumbo, Buzzsaw, Hardware, Molecular. I could throw in there Time Stopper and a few other people as well. I got to go first on this one because I got a lot to say here, but I'll say it quickly. To me, this was always, and I love Thundercats, but this was always the weakest aspect of the Thundercats show, was the henchmen. They're not developed to the point where, I don't know, there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of character development outside of maybe Slithe. I mean, Vultureman and Jackalman, neither one of them have a brain. They might as well both be Beastman from He-Man. Groon was badass, I'll give him that, but he wasn't used. Like, you can't count this as the 2011 Groon. This is the original Groon, and he was the baddest out of all of them as far as the most badass and everything, but to me, there's something lacking from the bad guys. They all seem like henchmen to me, whereas the personalities of the Silverhawks guys are incredible. Poker Face, being the casino type guy and having his eyes. I love his eyes. His eyes change and make different things. Like one time he gets knocked out and one eye says K and the other says O, or they'll come up with, clubs or hearts or spades or different stuff on his eyes. That's cool. Yes Man, even though he is the weakest and just like the little whipping boy of Monstar, I love the characterization of him and how he speaks. Straight out of like just old school, like a cool like mobster type persona there. Windhammer had powers beyond control as far as his cyclones and tornadoes. Mumbo Jumbo was kind of whatever. I could care less. He was a bull that never hit anything. Buzzsaw had a lot of spinning spikes and blades and stuff, so he was cool. Hardware came up with so many things. Hardware was like the device master. He would come up with the Sky Shadow. He'd come up with all kinds of different effects and stuff. Yeah, obviously, we talked about Melodia with her music, and Molecular was just badass with his turning into different forms. And Time Stopper was something I don't think I'd ever seen before at that point in the 80s, was a character who could literally hit his belt and everything would freeze for 1 minute, and he could do whatever he wanted to for a minute before everything else came to life. There was just a lot more diversity, personality. I love the Silverhawks villains, and to me, outside of Mumra and maybe Groon, the Thundercats villains were just there just so that they could have a story. There was nothing to them. Paul, what do you have to say about the villains?
I mean, you bring up a terrific point. When you look at the bad, at least for me, when you look at the bad guys for Thundercats, all of them seem like they need to have Mumra. They're his henchmen. They're there for him. Whereas with the Silverhawks, I can really see all of them being successful villains on their own. I mean, if you were to look at, like a mob setting, I could see all of them being the head bosses of individual mobs that are working with Monstar. And Molecular, he was always my favorite. He was absolutely ridiculously badass. So for me, it's I think they're better characters simply because on their own they could be successful. Probably not as successful, but at least outside of, like you said, with Groon, none of the other henchmen for Mumra really, I think, could make it on their own as bad guys.
And to me, it's like if Skeletor was surrounded by 7 Beastmen. Like there's no diversity between some of these characters. Now I'll give you, Slithe has a little bit more brains working for him, and Groon obviously has the historic badassness. But like Vultureman, Monkeyan, and Jackalman, there's no difference between those 3 characters besides how they speak and that they're different animals. They're the same character. To me, there's nothing. They're not deep enough. There's not enough to the Thundercats villains. I know these other guys are gonna say otherwise. But...
I know.
I'll let Tim go first. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, Mike. I like the Thundercats villains. I especially like Groon. I think he's one of the strongest of the Thundercat villains to be in the series. And there were, villains here and there, but yeah, the the four main villains really did depend on Mum-Ra. And Silverhawk villains, there was more diversity there, and they certainly seemed more competent. At least, most of them. Buzzsaw, I'm not sure he was one of the strongest of the villains, but and same thing with Mumbo Jumbo, as you said. But the other ones were very strong characters. I really like Melodia. She's always a joy to watch. I like episodes with her in it. I think Windhammer's really cool. He's really cool design character. It seems somewhat simple, but I really like his design. And Poker Face, he's cool. I like the molecular. Looks like a bunch of molecules stuck together, and he can transform into other things to disguise himself.
He looks like the dude with the Fruit of the Looms grape.
He does.
He looks like the grape dude.
And even though that Slythe and Hardware look so similar and they sound similar, you think, it's basically the same mold. They just, created these two separate characters. But Hardware is, he's really cool. I mean, he's always got some trick up his sleeve. He's always got some other gadget that he's ready to use against the Silverhawks. And, I do think that the Silverhawk villains are better, and I'm going to have to give my vote to Silverhawks on this one.
Mike?
Fucking traitor. All right, first things first.
Don't even. You have
there's no party lines here.
Yes. Shut up, Paul. All right, first things first. Melodia needs to go join. Melodia needs to go join the Misfits because she just doesn't fit to me. She needs to go join Pizzazz and the Misfits.
Dude dressed up or in the shape of a.
She's awesome. I like her, but she just doesn't fit with the rest of the gang to me. Windhammer. His weapon's a goddamn tuning fork. Really?
Compared to what? Jackalman's weapon?
Yeah. Come on.
At least he actually had a weapon.
What was it? Tell me what Jackalman's weapon was.
Yeah.
A bow.
Oh.
A staff.
What? How creative.
Hey, at least it's an actual weapon instead of a fucking tuning fork.
The tuning fork does mastery things there with the hurricanes.
Yeah. Here, let me pull out a bow. Watch what I can do with this big stick.
You probably can't even tell me what Monkey's weapon is.
Nunchucks. Monkey is essentially Michelangelo.
So we got a bow and nunchucks. Okay, so Turtles must have stolen.
And the thing about Vulture-Man, you guys mentioned Vulture-Man earlier. Vulture-Man essentially is a Panthro for the villains. He's the one making all the stuff, making all the vehicles, putting shit together.
This category is just going to prove one thing to me. That you're not looking at this in any type of objective standpoint. This is by far a landslide for Silverhawks.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
He has not won Silverhawks.
You have a level of retardation that I don't think has ever been properly diagnosed.
You live in California. There's more retards out there.
I was not.
Mike,
Anyways, going back to this, Groon, for what he does show up, because he eventually goes away after a while, and he and Jaga end up fighting in the stars forever. I liked him as a character. He was pretty cool. I don't know. I just don't like the whole mob thing with the Silverhawks. It reminds me of bad DC villains, really.
What in limbo is wrong with you?
So we don't even need to talk to you the rest of the time. We'll just give your vote to the Thundercats and move on.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Steve, what's your thoughts on the villains? Feel free to vote for Thundercats. I don't want to make it sound like I'm going to rip on you for that. I'm only ripping on Mike because he's had 13 consecutive Thundercats votes. That's the only reason I'm ripping on Mike.
Did you just say Silvercats?
Yeah, probably.
Silvercats.
If I say Silvercats, that means I'm voting for both.
Dang it.
And that's not allowed. Honestly, all these villains look like ass.
Like literal ass?
Yes, like literal ass. But Silverhawks screams 80s cheese.
Yes, it does.
You've got Gem and the villains.
These came out in the 80s. You can't hold that against them.
I can too. It's got
in 2012, yes, you can, but not in 1980.
Shut your pie hole.
Sorry. Yes, master.
Yeah, I mean, you get freaking Igor, you get a Bull, you got somebody that looks like from Power Rangers with the bubbles all over his head. I mean, and granted, I haven't seen enough to really tell their personalities enough, but just from seeing that alone, I'm going to have to go with Thundercats as far as the villains, because they at least are consistent. And that's purely on seeing them and not having seen enough episodes to see them in action. So let that be heard across the board here.
Right.
That means
what
your
I
vote
will say is,
necessarily
the original foreign Thundercats, they all have their faults. Slythe was a little bit more sinister, but once Rotaro came in, Rotaro was, essentially when Rotaro joined the cast, the other four were basically his lieutenants at that point, because Rotaro was meant to be this huge, giant, evil general person. And he kicked so much ass when he entered the scene.
Okay. I'm glad your vote didn't count too much, Mike. Going on to the next category, which is the sidekicks. Because, come on, it can't be an 80s cartoon without a sidekick.
I'm already going to stab you.
We've seen Orko. We've seen so many horribly annoying sidekicks, from Orko to Scrappy-Doo to... I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. So in this one, we have Snarf and the Copper Kid. And I actually don't hate either one of these characters, but I think Copper Kid is probably the least annoying sidekick in 80s lore. I know he doesn't speak and he's from the planet of mimes and whatnot, but there was something I really liked as a kid about Copper Kid. I like Snarf too. He's a little more annoying though. And I don't know. Copper Kid was kind of cool. And he had discs that he took out of his hip and flung at people. Paul, what do you think about the sidekicks?
I think you're right on that. When it comes to Snarf and Copper Kid, we're doing a presidential election where you pick the lesser of two evils.
Recount.
Snarf. The biggest problem that I had with him was he was always questioning everything that everybody was doing, for good or bad. It was like, are you sure you want to go over there, Snarf? Stop it. At some point in time, just let Lion-O go be a retard and fall down a cliff, okay?
Which he was so annoying on the 80s show, even though I still kind of liked him. He was so annoying that's why they don't allow him to speak on the 2011 version.
Exactly, and I love that. Love it. Now, with Copper Kid, I actually dug him. Like I said earlier, I love the fact that they utilize the mathematical rhythms of the different beeps and the tones and things in his speech. I thought that was really cool. Plus, there was always that connection again as a child and we'll talk about this later on, where at the end of the show, he would always do his little education lesson. That I always really enjoyed, actually. So Copper Kid, while kind of an annoyance in both of these series, I think could have benefited from both the Snarf and Copper Kid not existing in them. I think Copper Kid is the lesser of the two evils, so I'm picking Copper Kid as my favorite.
Tim?
A lot of people hate sidekicks in cartoons, and a lot of people mention Snarf when you start talking about sidekicks that they just absolutely hate. But I actually liked him. I found him kind of a lovable character. He didn't bother me when I was younger. He didn't bother me when I was trying to watch the show again as an adult. Now, the other Snarfer, and the rest of that race, there were several of those characters that annoyed me quite a bit. But yeah, I thought he was a good character. He was there to watch over Lion-O. That was his job, to try to protect him. So I didn't really have a problem with him. And Copper Kid, he's okay. He added some color to the team. He's a different color. I did like the discs that he would throw, so that was a cool aspect to his character. But yeah, I really don't have much of an opinion about him.
He had more of an impact and an effect on the actual, he took part in the battles and took on the bad guys mano-a-mano at times, which is, Snarf was more like Orko. He would only do that by dumb luck. I don't know if that's a vote for either one of them, but Copper Kid was more in the action.
Yeah, Snarf is definitely not a fighter. He's not built for it. Although in some episodes, I noticed how large he looks sometimes.
Well, those episodes are probably after Snarfer landed on Third Earth or New Thundera, because once Snarfer came in, it actually gave Snarf some character development of saying, hey, look, you have this nephew that you need to look after. And, at that point in time, Lion-O had already grown up enough where he didn't need a nursemaid anymore. So Snarf had more character development in dealing with his nephew Snarfer than anything else. For me, I didn't care for either of them as a kid. But going back and watching both cartoons and watching different episodes, Copper Kid annoyed me less and less.
Oh my God.
As a kid...
Traitor.
I enjoyed... You're on the fence throughout this fucking episode. You can't call either way, you asshole.
I'm on the fence, jackass.
As a kid, I probably learned more as far as test taking from Copper Kid than anything else as far as the PSAs go. So my vote actually goes to Copper Kid and Silverhawks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He did it.
And
he said the words.
Over.
Steve.
Shut up.
And hell froze over.
Shut up.
What are your thoughts, Steve?
Well, I'm a fan of Snarf. As much as I can't stand the snurf, like constantly, I still found him more amusing. Obviously, because Copper Kid doesn't say anything, but I'm not a fan of anybody that doesn't say anything in his show, with the exception of Snake Eyes.
There you go. Fair enough. We have been tortured with non-speaking characters lately.
Yeah, I mean, Transformers Prime, we have 2 of them.
All right, well, that's a discussion for another day. I don't want to get into that debate.
I understand that. However, that still applies to why I chose what I chose.
You gotta snap out of it, Lion-O! Call the Thundercats before...
Shut up, you fuck.
As far as our last character one, we have the new characters that came in either mid-season or between seasons or wherever. Some of them came in at different times, but the new Thundercats were Linkso, Palmyra, and Bengali, and the new... I said Thundercats, right?
Yes.
Okay, new Silverhawks. I'm never going to say these correct again now after this episode. We're Hotwing...
All fucking Paul's fault.
Hotwing, Flashback, Condor, and Moonstriker. Now... Hotwing was introduced a little before the rest of them, and then Flashback came in, and then Condor and Moonstriker came in on the same episode, whereas the 3 Thundercats all came in at the same time. Real quickly on the Thundercats, I always thought Bengali looked awesome, even though he's basically another version of Tiger. I always thought visually he looked cool, and he had a cool weapon. Going back and watching the episodes, though, when he shows up, he's hard to watch. And I know we'll talk about voices later, but the voice is bad for him. It's you thought Tiger was slow and square, like it's worse with Bengali, and I wanted to like him because he looks cool to me, and the Bengal tiger look and everything, but he was just awful in the actual animation aspects of the show. Whereas Linkso looked like a badass and was pretty much a badass. I can't say anything bad about Linkso. To me, Palmyra was neither here nor there. She was a non-issue for me. For the Silverhawks, Moonstriker is one of the gayest characters I've ever seen in my life. So we'll just
he looks like Steel Will's dad.
So we will just take Moonstriker with his blonde hair and blue body and discount him. So we're now looking 3 against 3. Condor was cool because he was like the old grizzled veteran that was around when Stargazer was. That's now coming back. He'd kind of been doing his own thing for a while. Now he comes back. Hotwing was like the dude from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out that had the little thing in his... He's like magic. Hotwing could do all kinds of crazy stuff, and he was the first Silverhawks figure I ever had, so I kind of have a special spot for him. But his first episode that he's in is really cool because all the other Thundercats get captured, and he comes in and frees them all.
Silverhawks, not Thundercats. Silverhawks.
Whatever, with his magic, you know what I mean. And Flashback.
That is a good episode.
Flashback is part of some of the best Silverhawks episodes in the whole run because he's the time traveler. He's the one that can basically manipulate himself, and he also has a pretty cool design. That's not a great picture in the script, but there's better pictures on the link I gave you guys. But he's got a cool design, and he's all the time travel episodes. So to me, I like Condor, Hotwing, and Flashback, whereas on the Thundercat side, I only like Linkso, even though I wanted to like Bengali. So my vote for this one is for the Silverhawks. I'll let Tim go next.
This is where I think the Thundercats had a better cast of new characters because not only did they have the good guys you're talking about here, but they also had the Lunatics that came in. So I want to include them as part of this as well. Because when you bring in new characters, it can almost be the death knell for a show. You know, if they're not interesting, if people don't like them, then people go, okay, this is the jump the shark moment, and we'll just be done with the show. On the other hand, the Silverhawks characters that they brought in added more personality to the team and the show. Like you said with Hotwing, the episode where he showed up, I was like, oh, yeah, this guy's awesome, and then he was gone. And I don't remember seeing the episodes with Flashback, so that must have come later in season 1.
Yeah, it came about episode 40 something.
Yeah, and I don't remember Condor or Moonstriker in those episodes either, and I haven't seen those shows in such a long time that I can't really comment on their personalities. But yeah, Linkso, he was a really cool character, another strong character, kind of like Panthro, but also very wise like Jaga.
It was interesting to see that the Silverhawks brought in new characters and tried to be more racially diverse, and then the Thundercats brought in new characters and were more diverse as far as like the handicapped. So, sorry, that was just irrelevant, but.
Yeah. So and yeah, I like the Lunatics too. So when they brought in, the new Thundercat characters, they brought in the Lunatics as well, and that added, more villains with them for them to pull into the cast and use them to create more diverse stories. So yeah, I like the Thundercats' new characters more than Silverhawks.
Mike?
Thundercats, because it goes back to the origin story. Because originally, Linkso, Bengali, and Pumaira were going to escape with the Thundercat nobles. Or they were going to attempt to, because when they were trying to escape, because I almost said Thundar. Wow, this is not Thundar the Barbarian over here. Fuck. When they were trying to escape, because the entire planet was trying to escape, their ship got damaged because of all the earthquakes or whatever it was, or the planet exploding. They tried to get to the noble ship, but they could never get there. They then came back and told that story of how they wanted to be on the noble ship at that time. Linkso, as Tim said, has kind of filled the Jaga role a little bit. Yes, Jaga still appears and everything else, but he kind of fills that at this point. And you basically, at this point, had two separate teams. You had the original nobles at Cat's Lair, and you had Linkso, Pumaira, and Bengali at Tower of Omens.
Yeah.
So they're basically two outposts, and that's what I liked best about it was two completely different teams and tons of different personality.
If Bengali would have been as cool as he looked, I might have been able to get on with you guys, but to me it's just Linkso, and the other two are just not as good. But Paul, what do you think?
I like what Mike said about how you had two different kind of teams going on, but that being said, that really kind of, as a kid, would always pull my interest in as a kid, I already had a ridiculously bad attention span, so I couldn't focus on more than one thing.
Just like now.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, it's kind of weird how that turns out. But, with Silverhawks, I think some of the best storytelling that I've seen in a very long time, like Kevin was saying, was the whole time travel aspect. And Flashback brought that into it, and it really entertained me. It was definitely something that was neat, and you got to see, a little bit more. I don't want to say history, but you see more with Stargazer and things of that nature. But and I'll go out and say it, regardless of how gay he looks, I actually liked Moonstriker.
He was cool because he could self-propel.
He could self-propel, but I liked his arrogance. That was always something that really kind of appealed to me. Which again might play into how I am as an adult. I don't know, but I mean, so those two characters, really did. I mean, when they came in, I enjoyed episodes with them. Hot Wing.
Throw him on the Barbie and cook him up. There you go.
Yeah, I wasn't all that. Not people are going to be like, it's because he was black, right?
No, it's because of his name.
Well, no, the name didn't bother me. It was just, for me, there was always a stark difference between Thundercats and Silverhawks. Sometimes I would get confused, and it actually be Thunderhawks. But there was the whole sciencey aspect that the Silverhawks brought in, the technology and science and things like that. And you're in space, and Thundercats was more of a mystical sort of thing. When Hot Wind came in, it was kind of like you're bringing that mysticism into Silverhawks, and that always kind of bugged me. I never got a good feel with that.
He had a cool voice, though. Anyway,
he had a cool voice. Speaking of voices, though, Condor I absolutely loved, because he sounded like Humphrey Bogart.
He did.
And I always thought that was just cool. I mean, I could have cared less about anything that dude did. As soon as he talked, I was like, oh, he's so cool. So just in terms of the newer characters, that came in, Silverhawks were always better for me. I mean, the Thundercat ones, they just never did anything for me. It was always, you had, like Mike said, there was two groups of them, and I was more emotionally attached to the original group. They got more of the screen time, and I could never really get attached to the new guys.
Steve, you have to break another tie.
Oh no. We can make it $40 right here.
200, you got a deal.
Nice.
And don't base it off the crappy pictures I put in the script, please.
Alrighty then.
You can do it.
Yeah, Lynxo and Condor, the two old guys. And that's the only comparisons I can make between the two groups.
Lynxo and Condor.
This is the part where you edit in the
Jeopardy music
theme song.
I'm gonna be an ass to you. But yes. I think that while innovative on on both sides, actually, I mean, because both of them have at least these humans on Silverhawks look a little more diverse. I'm not quite a fan of them either, though. I'm still going to have to go with Thundercats on this one.
Oh, now you just lost the $20 that you made earlier.
You are winning.
All right.
I'm winning.
Moving on past, we've had enough characters for now. We're done with the characters.
Yes.
So we're moving on to some other stuff, starting with weaponry. Just a quick rundown, with Thundercats we have stuff like the Sword of Omens with its sight beyond sight. We have the Bolas, we have the Nunchucks with the open away cat paws. We have the bow staff, the little ball gimmicks that the two kids have. And that's just talking about the heroes, so to speak. Silverhawks, obviously we have the army of hawks, all the different birds that each one had, which each had their own abilities. The Razor Edge discs that Copper Kid had, just in essence, their bodies are weapons. They're bionic bodies. They have metal armor. They have wings that are retractable. They have a protective mask that they can put on and not. They have thrusters on their elbows. They also have, well, some on the elbows, some on the feet. They have laser weapons at different spots of their body. So that's just kind of with the heroes. If we were talking about villains, there's a whole different range of them. And like we said, Bengali had the cool hammer. Mike said that the villains for Thundercats were basically the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With the Thundercats, it's a lot more actual like handheld weapons, like you would see on like the Turtles or like He-Man or this or that. Whereas Silverhawks, it's a lot more technology, I guess, is how you could sum it up. Mike, what are your thoughts on the different types of weaponry?
I like the military weapons for what they are. I like how, you're going up against a mob who's going to use guns. You're going to need more than a sword that has magical powers. Yeah. But at the same time, the mutants and the Lunatics and Rotaro and all those guys, they all had some sort of blaster or something. I think it's going to go to Thundercats for me simply because of what each Thundercat was able to do with their weapons. And it's more hand-to-hand, more martial art-like combat.
If you could choose to carry around a bow staff, or if you could have a body that is a weapon of itself, which would you choose?
Neither. I want the Sword of Omens, damn it.
Well, that's kind of cheating.
No, it's not cheating. It's the right fucking answer.
I'm just saying.
But no, I got to give it to Thundercats on this one simply because of how each individual person used their weapons in their own. Because it's not often that say Lion-O's off, fighting Snow Meow. Sure, he's going to call the Thundercats in after about 5 minutes, but that's 5 minutes of him battling on his own. Same thing with Chitara or Tigra or Panthro.
I should have told them that there was a bad guy there in the first place.
God.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. My vote goes to Thundercats. What about you, Tim?
I kind of feel like this is similar to the heroes and villains discussion. I feel like, I felt like Thundercats had the better heroes, and Silverhawks had more well-defined villains. And it's kind of the same way here. I feel like the Thundercats are the heroes. They get the cool weapons, and the villains not so much. Whereas with Silverhawks, it was kind of the opposite. The good guys just had their laser guns on their shoulders, and they had their wings so they could fly. They did have the Hawks, and each one of them got a hawk in one episode. I remember that. But the villains in Silverhawks. Let's all
go to the pet store. Let's all go to the pet store.
Those Hawks were badass. But yeah, like you're saying, the villains had some cool weapons.
Yeah, the villains had the cool weapons in Silverhawks. So, but I love the Thundercats weapons, and you just can't beat the Sword of Omens. So the vote is for Thundercats.
Paul?
Again, I draw to what I loved as a kid, and playing with the toys. And again, I know we're going to talk about this later on, but so you could probably already put my vote down for the toy aspect. I loved playing with the toys and having those wings. And when I saw those, them flying around on TV, as soon as I saw that, all of them, in my opinion, had a Sword of Omens, with exception of Bluegrass. But that was the cool thing. You put your arms down, you lift it up, and you got wings, and you're flying around. And
but could wings really be defined as a weapon? I don't know. I mean,
well, probably not so much a weapon as it got them into a place where they could use their weapons.
Turn them each into a fighting jet, basically.
Oh, there, yeah. Good answer. I'm going with
So if a fighter jet's a weapon,
so Here's one other theory that I'll go back to what Kevin said earlier about trying to make sense of things. How do wings work in space when there's no breeze?
Well, you can't. Yeah, we can't. If we were going to dissect these about the space and the right or wrong as far as what they get away with,
we would be here for 5 hours past what we've already been here for.
Yeah, they did have jets in their feet though. So okay, sorry to interrupt.
Well, you could also say, how could they talk in the vacuum of space? But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
now,
that's the other thing that bugs me.
Oh God, here we go.
But you also have a planet of a whole bunch of animals running around, and they're not in the Milky Way galaxy, as Mike has already explained to us before. So they're in a different galaxy where all the laws of physics don't apply. Weapons. It's like I said, I like the wings. So I always looked at that as they all had that special ability, like the Sword of Omens gave Lion-O. And to my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably wrong, but the only thing that the Sword of Omens did was got bigger and gave Lion-O sight beyond sight. Did it actually? It didn't help him really do anything.
Not really, no.
It was just a big-ass sword.
Right.
That was all, so the only thing that the Sword of Omens could really benefit somebody, if you were to take Lion-O and put him up against Quicksilver, the only thing that the Sword of Omens would protect him from would be Tallyhawk smacking him from the back of the head.
See, the Hawks is what does it for me.
Yeah, I have to give the edge to the Silverhawks just on the Hawks.
Each one of them had a Hawk that had a different ability and whatnot. And to me, it's also what Tim said is the bad guys' weapons were better too, because you had Poker Face, which had his little staff thing that could shoot all kinds of different stuff out of it. You had the Wind Hammer.
Don't forget the tuning fork.
Yeah, the tuning fork, which was badass. Moonstar had a pretty cool little gun that he used. But then you had these Hawks that were each had their own abilities, and to me, if you're going to give me a choice, carry some nunchucks, which I'm probably going to hit myself with and hurt myself. Carry a bow, which could be broken by any sword that anyone else was carrying, or fly around.
God, thank God TV's Mr. Neil is not on this episode, because we would get into a dual lightsaber battle of how uncool it is because it would cut your fucking arm off.
I'm just saying, you have your choice of carrying nunchucks or a bow around, or you have a choice of being suited with metal armor, being able to fly and shoot lasers out of your body. Why are we talking about this? No kid would choose a bow over a metal armored suit with wings and lasers.
We're talking about this because you put it in the fucking script.
Sorry, my vote's for the Silverhawks. Steve?
Oh, there's going to be some pissed off people tonight.
Oh.
I'm going to have to go with Silverhawks on this one. And it's not that I wouldn't want to have the Sword of Omens, but
yes, I'll give you that.
Sword
of Omens.
As stated, it's sight beyond sight, and you have a big fucking sword. Yes, it's cool, but I would rather have a freaking suit of armor that I could pound the shit out of somebody that's annoying me.
Yeah.
So I would rather have the gear. Think about it. It's like running around as Iron Man.
Ooh.
Basically. And then you also have a pet bird that's going to kick people's ass.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to argue with that.
I agree. All right. Next category. Yeah. I am so on the fence with this one. It's ridiculous, but I will admit, we're talking about vehicles, and we can talk about all the vehicles. I just put pictures of the main vehicles, which are the Thunder Tank and the Mirage. I don't think it's spelled like that, but
since Kevin is on the fence, I'm actually going to go first on this one because
I just want to make sure we're not just talking about these two, but you can focus on these two.
Right, you're right. We can talk about all the different vehicles from both series, but the main two are the Thunder Tank and the Mirage, and you did spell it correctly.
Okay,
that's how they do spell it.
That's what I thought.
When I first, because I haven't, I wasn't really paying attention to the Mirage when I was watching the cartoons back, but just looking at this image, Paul, does that remind you of anything that has come out in the current day toy line for Thundercats?
It kind of looks like the 2011 Thunder Tank.
Damn fucking right.
As you so
I think they combined both of them.
Yeah.
Possible.
The Mirage was just It was a transport vehicle. It was a...
No, stop. You got to stop right there.
Wrong.
Because first of all, the front section, it's like the Starship Enterprise and can disengage from the rest of the body and go solo on a flight.
Right, it can, but essentially...
The individual things shoot out.
They do, but essentially, through most of the episodes that I watched, it was the Silverhawks on their own flying through space.
You're gay.
But they each had their own individuals,
so that's
too.
The same difference.
I will say that Stargazer had his own motorcycle, space motorcycle, and they each had their own little individual vehicle on top of the Mirage, too. Whether it be a flying vehicle or a motorbike of some sort, even though it's in space. Shush.
The Thunder Tank was just cooler for me.
It could go over mountains and through streams and trees and icicles and...
That's right. The Thunder Tank, between the Mirage and the Thunder Tank was just cooler for me, especially when you put that music to the Thunder Tank, because it was so awesome. As far as other vehicles like the Feliner and all that stuff, I like them, but nothing really beat the Thunder Tank.
The thing is, to me, Thundercats, you only had vehicles really with the Thundercats.
Yeah.
Well,
no, you know, that's not necessarily.
I mean,
true.
as far as prevalence, as far as how often you see them, whereas like Moonstars,
the mutants had the gliders that they used a lot.
Yeah, they had the gliders.
I guess
Slithe had the nosediver.
Yeah, the nosediver.
When it comes to the villains' vehicles, though, I really like the fact that the Silverhawks each had their like 1920 style like space cruisers.
Vintage squid, give me a fucking.
No, and the squid, the
taxi cab.
Sky Shadow. You had the taxi cab. You had a lot of cool like vintage like Earth type things, as well as your futuristic space like Mirage type vehicles. I do think the Thunder Tank was badass, and I do think a lot of the Thundercats vehicles were badass. I just didn't care for much of the mutants vehicles. I mean, I know they had.
Talk about bad logistics. How the fuck does a squid survive in fucking space?
It's a space squid.
The same way cats talk. Come on now.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Shut up,
We're not beyond realistic. These are cartoons. These are cartoons. There's no realistic part.
Well, my vote goes to Thundercats.
All right, Paul, talk about the vehicles.
You know, for me, it's, you know, we were talking about this before with the weapons, and I kind of showed my hand a little bit. I consider all the Silverhawks with built-in vehicles, and I always thought that was absolutely ridiculously cool. Build upon that, you have the Mirage, which kind of like was okay, we got to go a little bit further than our wings can take us, so we're going to hop in here. I really, you know, and Mike, you actually kind of helped me with this because I was kind of on the fence about it. When I got the new Thundercat or the Thunder Tank from the 2011 series, it made me want to go to eBay and buy a Mirage because it reminded me of how much I thought that thing was cool. And I'm absolutely not going to buy one because that's the most ridiculously priced vintage toy I can ever find.
We'll get to that in a second.
But, you know, I mean, I think that the Thunder Tank is very cool looking, but to me, Kevin, you made the joke about, you know, how it could go over everything. And while it can, to me, it just seemed limiting. I go with the Mirage, and I love the fact that as soon as Bluegrass separated it, the back rear section could disappear.
That is a cloaking device.
I mean, yeah, I thought that was cool. So, I mean, that part's hidden and answers that age-old question about what happens to Optimus Prime's trailer when he transforms. Well, what happens to the back of the Mirage? Well, yeah, what happens to the back of the Mirage when it separates?
I love how
it disappears.
But Bluegrass would acknowledge it, and he would be like, "Stay here," or like,
right, exactly. I mean, it was. He would still
it's on autopilot.
Yeah, and I love the I mean, obviously you had Panthro and, you know, his connection to the Thunder Tank, but Bluegrass just seemed a whole lot more connected to the Mirage, probably because that was the only way he could get anywhere.
Yeah, he didn't have
so, I mean, it was that. I mean, the Mirage was his buddy. That was his sidekick, and I mean, it almost was like the Mirage itself was a whole other character unto itself. So I'm going with the Mirage.
Tim?
I thought Mike was going to go there, but
I already went.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to go a different direction when you were talking earlier.
Oh, really?
I think some of our listeners might remember a show called G-Force or Battle of the Planets.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the Mirage reminds me of, is the Phoenix from that cartoon. It's somewhat similar in its design.
Yeah, I can see that.
And each character had a vehicle that would, transport them to the spaceship, or in some cases, be taken into or lifted up into the spaceship. So the Mirage kind of reminds me of that. I think it's a really cool ship. I like the design. It is sort of a transport ship. It does have some unique features to it. Like I said, the center pod can eject from that, and Bluegrass can fly around in it, and it has weaponry, and then he can make the back part disappear for a brief time, or even a long time, I guess. But I really like the Thunder Tank. When you see it, you just know what it is. I think it's so unique in its design. It really stands out from anything else that I've seen or remember seeing in cartoons. And the secondary vehicles, like the gliders that we mentioned, the Feliner and those things, they're okay, but it's those aren't things that I look at and go, oh wow, I want that toy. But when you see the Thunder Tank, it's like, I want that. Or when you see the Mirage, you say, I want that toy.
Mm-hmm.
And especially, we get into the toy discussion later, I know, but yeah, the Mirage was really cool because the toys actually fit inside those pods, so that was pretty neat. It's difficult to choose, honestly, like you said.
I think if you were just taking the secondary vehicles against each other, I think the Silverhawks would have an edge. I think if you're just taking the Thunder Tank against the Mirage, maybe the Thunder Tank gets an edge, so it's kind of hard when you take them all together. I'm torn too. Did you have a vote, or are you still torn?
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote Thundercats on this one, but
Steve?
just slightly over the Silverhawks.
They both had some pretty cool vehicles, especially those main two that you'd really wanted to own as a kid, and I never owned either one of them.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Steve, what are your thoughts on the vehicles?
Well, just based on these particular two, the
Mm-hmm.
Thunder Tank and the Mirage, not to knock the Thunder Tank, but it looks like a rejected G.I. Joe mobile.
The Thunder Tank is better than any G.I. Joe tank ever made.
I beg to differ, but
did you watch it? Did you watch it in the show much, Steve, or are you just going by design?
I'm going by design.
Okay, I can see where that would play a role in your.
I could see where it could be better in as far as the show, but they've never fought Cobra, so it's kind of a moot point.
Mumra would kick Cobra Commander's ass any day.
This I command. So, I don't particularly care for it because it looks like a rejected Snowcat or
It does look like a Snowcat. It does have paws that go up and down and a mouth that goes up and down, but it does look like a Snowcat. I'll give you that.
And I mean, just from the back treads, I prefer Mirage.
Don't you mean Jetfire?
Skyfire, come on.
It's Skyfire. It just has two extra things on either side, cockpits.
I'll say this.
I like that vehicle a lot better.
Okay. If we were just going off of the two, Thunder Tank versus Mirage, my vote would be for Thunder Tank. I think just one-on-one, it was the cooler vehicle, so I will say that for the Thundercats fans out there. But if we're going for vehicles overall in the entire show, I like the Silverhawks vehicles better. So a half a vote for Thunder Tank, but a whole vote for the Silverhawks. Moving on now to a completely different category. We're almost done. We just got about 5 categories left here. Our next category is voice acting, the voices of the shows. Now, this is an interesting one because, we do this when we have cartoons against each other, and we will in the future. This one's interesting because it's basically the same voice cast for both of them with a few exceptions. And the main exceptions here are Thundercats, we had Earl Hyman from Cosby fame, Grandpa Cosby, as Panthro. And in Silverhawks, we had Adolph Caesar as Hot Wing. But the main difference to me is the females. Lynn Lipton as Chitara in Thundercats versus Maggie Wheeler as all of the females Lynn Lipton was basically all the females in Thundercats until Jerry and Raphael came around, and Maggie Wheeler was the female voice for all the Silverhawks. So that's the main difference. Otherwise, you have the same Larry Kenney, Peter Newman, Bob McFadden, Earl Hammond were in both shows. So their voices are pretty
well known.
Well, I'm just saying we can kind of wash them out because they're in both shows. I mean,
Right.
Quicksilver is Tigra. That's probably why, Tim, why you were saying they're somewhat both kind of boring, because it's the same voice. So Quicksilver and Tigra are the same voice, whereas, Lion-O and Bluegrass with a country accent are the same voice. So they kind of flipped roles in that shape. Monstar and Mumra are the same voice. For me, without going into the individual characters, it boils down to the females. And Mike, you should know where this is going, because Lynn Lipton
There we go.
is one of the worst female voice actors of all time. The voice of Chitara, I like the character, I like everything else, and trust me, guys, I listen to a lot of voices on a daily basis, and Lynn Lipton is terrible. Whereas Maggie Wheeler, who now you can hear in most notably probably like shows like The Archer, and you've seen her on TV. She's very much like Fran Drescher as far as her one voice goes. But Maggie Wheeler is a much better voice actress. So I like the females in Silverhawks better than...
Was she the chick who played... what the hell's her name?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
In
California.
Friends. Did any of you guys watch Friends?
Yeah, you're talking about the Fran Drescher type character.
Yeah, the one that would constantly keep going out with Chandler.
Yeah.
That's just. I mean, I'm looking at her picture. It looks like the exact same. Oh my god.
But she doesn't use that voice always.
No, I know.
She actually said on the special features. She actually spoke about this, and she said it was this role as Melodia where she discovered she had that annoying, because that's not her regular voice, obviously. She doesn't normally speak like she does on Friends, but it was this role that kind of showed her that, grating kind of annoying voice that she used later as Janice on Friends. But, she doesn't use it when she talks with Steelheart. Her voice is different in that situation. So I just love her voice if compared to Lynn Lipton, who is terrible. But someone else talk about voices.
I will agree that Melodia's voice is better than Lynn Lipton's usual voicing, but I always did like her Chitara. I just thought her Chitara was really good. But I am going to give it to Silverhawks. As far as just the females, I will give it to Silverhawks. As far as overall cast, my vote is for Thundercats.
How does that make any sense?
It makes sense, damn it. You gave a half point to something.
No. What I'm saying is the rest of the cast is the same.
It still sound. I didn't like Country Lion-O, thank you very much. I liked regular Lion-O.
Country Lion-O.
I'm still.
So my vote for overall voice.
You said the only difference in the two casts, you like Silverhawks better, and so for where the rest of the cast is the exact same, you like Thundercats better.
My vote goes to Thundercats.
Of course it does. Paul, speak on this because I can't speak right now.
When it comes, because for the most part, the voice actors are all the same, and there's just different kind of tweaks to the different people, different characters. I really am right down the middle on which one I would like. Now, where I do give the edge, it goes to, in my opinion, it goes to the writing and what the voice actors have to say and what kind of story they're telling. And I prefer the Silverhawks aspect of the whole writing thing. And I just think the delivery for the performances that the voice actors are giving are better suited to the stories that are in the Silverhawks. So
they did go a little bit away in the voice direction as far as they didn't make it as like William Shatner-esque like Thundercats was.
No. Excuse me, but what I mean is all these, you can say one person's better than the other. They're all fairly talented and they all know what they're doing, and both
except for Lynn Lipton.
Well, okay, except for her. So both
there's a reason she never did another voice.
That's
outside of the Rankin Bass properties.
That's a very good point right there, though. So aside from Lynn, Silverhawks and Thundercats benefited from having terrific voice actors. And when it comes down to it, I think it's the story that they had to tell. I mean, you could give, Larry Kenny, a part that sounds, it's written like absolute crap. And, I mean, he can do the best that he possibly can, but it's still going to come across as crap because whatever's written for him is crap. So for me, the Silverhawks stories, not saying that the Thundercats stories were bad or crap for that matter. I just tend to like the Silverhawks stories more. So that's where I'm going. I think the voice actors did a better job with those stories than the Thundercats.
Before Tim speaks, I do got to give a shout out. Bob McFadden by far is the most experienced and the most diverse in his voices on the show. If you go through and listen episode by episode, you can absolutely tell who Larry Kenny is voicing. You can absolutely tell who Peter Newman is voicing. And that's not a knock against those two individuals. They're great with their voices. Jackalman compared to Lion-O, there's different. You can still tell it's him, but it's completely different voices. But Bob McFadden is he's back from the days before television. And he's a genius voice actor, so I want to give him some credit. I didn't think of this, though, until you just said that, Paul, and that is Thundercats was a little bit more as far as plotting with the voice direction, as far as it was a little bit more. Both shows are known for their over-the-top voice acting because that's how it was written, but Thundercats even to a little bit more of an extreme. Like I said, for me, it just boils down to the females of both shows. But Tim, how do you feel about the voices?
I think that one of the anchors that's missing from Silverhawks is Earl Hyman. I mean, his voice was just so big. And when I heard Panthro talking, I watched the pilot episode of Thundercats just before the show, and there's dead silence while they're in the ship, and he's delivering his lines about, the planet that he found where there could be life, where they could, breathe the air and everything. I mean, just anytime he's talking, it just grabs your attention. He just has that commanding voice. So I really wish he had been somewhere in the Silverhawks cast.
Nice.
Yeah, but I do agree that Lynn Lipton has a very dry delivery, and a lot of her characters sound very similar. Whereas the other cast, like you said, you can tell that it's
but it's not the same
voice of Lion-O, or it's the voice of Tigra doing this other voice, but it's not so close that you pick it up right away.
And as a kid, you might not as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you're listening to Mandora the Evil Chaser, you're going, wow, that sounds just like Chitara.
Or Luna, or whoever it is in one of the Amazonian women.
Yeah. So I do see that argument. I do like her voice in Chitara. I think it's fine. It is sort of dry. But it's kind of sexy. She's, she comes off as a little older woman. I wasn't that bothered by it, but I certainly see why people have issue with her voice in that character. Why that delivery can be a problem for some people. But again, Earl Hyman, I can't vote for Silverhawks because I can't see that difference in the female characters really being, having that big of an impact on the entirety of the show. And Earl missing from Silverhawks is that missing piece.
Yeah, if there is a reason to vote for Thundercats, I think it is Earl Hyman. Steve?
I'm doing a cop-out. I'm going with Thundercats just because I am more familiar with it.
Fair enough.
Suck.
Moving on then to our last few here, the end of the series. We talked about the backstories and the origin stories. We got to talk a little bit about the ending of the series as far as how they come to a close, how it's left off. It may not seem like it's fair because Silverhawks is one season compared to 2 seasons for the Thundercats. As far as the Silverhawks, most people probably aren't familiar with how it ends because if you didn't remember it from when you were a kid, you have to own the second volume on the DVD in order to see that.
It's a fucking air show.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It starts off, they're at an air show, and then Monstar comes in with a regular Villain of the Week plot.
No, it's not, and you haven't seen the episode, so stop talking.
Oh.
I, on the other hand, who actually watched the episode recently can actually tell you what it is. It does start off with like an Independence Day type air show, but it's not a villain of the week type of thing. They did, I will give them credit, because part of them must have known, at least I know the writing didn't write this as a end of the series type episode, but I get the feeling that they knew that there was a possibility that this was the last episode. So although it does not have the end like Thundercats does, where they knew it was coming to an end and they actually write an ending episode, a finale, they do some things in Silverhawks. They bring in everybody, first of all. They have all of the Silverhawks, all of the new additions. They bring in all of the bad guys. They bring in Seymour with the taxi cab. I mean, they bring in everybody. And the plot basically is if Molecular has turned himself into the Mirage and they don't know that, so the air show goes haywire when he takes off into outer, the nether reaches with the original team, and then the new team is left one-on-one and they pair off against each one of the bad guys. So it does give a lot of homages to all of the individual characters, as far as they each get some time in battle, they each get some moments, and then they all end up back at Hawkhaven, and it shows all of this, the only time ever in the whole series where they show all of the Silverhawks together. So I will give them credit for at least including everybody and giving everybody some airtime. But they did not have the advantage like Thundercats did of knowing the series was coming to an end, whereas Thundercats got to write a finale episode where, everything turns out to be golden and everything, how does Wikipedia or something wrote it off as like everything turns out all right and peace and calm turns over all the world.
It's basically for Silverhawks, it was basically that it says it starts off at a regular air show, and then Monstar comes in and
we're not talking about Silverhawks. I just
up.
told you the whole thing about Silverhawks.
Right, exactly.
I actually watched the episode.
Anyway.
I'm sorry, I keep saying 2 seasons for Silverhawks. Technically, it was 4 seasons, actually. I know there's debate on this. I know there's debate on this because there's 2 seasons as far as the DVDs releases go, but if you go by years, they were released
4 years.
In 4 different years. And each one started, season 2, 3, and 4 each started with a 5-episode miniseries. So technically, if you want to go by broadcasting, it was 4 seasons. But everybody else considers it 2 seasons, so we'll let the debate on that go somewhere else.
Yeah. Basically, the finale for Thundercats is that Panthro has finally figured out how to access the key, deciphers how to use the Key of Omens, and he enters the code to open the lock, and suddenly the Guardian of Omens is summoned. And they basically have to go out and find out all these things within 24 hours and meet back.
Key to Vector Sigma?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Key to Vector Sigma storyline.
Everybody loves
but at least it was a legitimate ending.
Right, I'll give credit for that.
But I think when it comes down to it, and I don't know for sure, but I think like Kevin said, I think that they had an idea that it might be the last one. I see it looking like this. Okay, guys, write this episode. We might get picked up for another season, but we might not. So, if we don't kind of work some stuff in there where this could be the last one. But if it's not, work it so it could not necessarily be a last episode. That's how I look at the ending for the Silverhawks, and I think it's very unjust. And I think I don't think you can give a proper comparison between the two, because Thundercats was ended. There's no question about it. I mean, it was a finale. That's just how it was. Silverhawks was,
left
well, it might be the end, but it might not be. I mean, you can look at it now, through the looking glass, and in hindsight, you can see that, it could work as a last episode, but when you're a kid and you're watching it, you have no idea that it's going to be the very last episode.
Right.
Silverhawks is basically a shitty NBC pilot as far as its finale, because they canceled it before it got a good ending.
Unfortunately, there's very few cartoons out there that get a proper ending.
True.
Unfortunately.
True.
But Thundercats did, so just to get it out of the way, my vote's for Thundercats on this one.
Yeah,
mine too.
I do have to give it to Thundercats with the pretext that I don't think we're comparing two equal things.
That's fair.
Thundercats, yo-ho!
So is it safe to say everybody's vote was from Thundercats and we move on?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, Tim, what do you got to say?
The next category was the ending PSAs, because hey, it's not an 80s show unless it has an ending public service announcement of some sort. So we have the moral lesson that was put into the Thundercats versus the science lesson that was put into the Silverhawks. I am going to let Paul.
I'm going to shock people here.
Okay, but I'm going to let Paul talk first here.
Well, hold on before he goes into a long tangent. I'm just going to get this out of the way right now, and I'm going to shock people right now. I got my moral lessons from He-Man, so I choose the science quiz because, as I said earlier, about 2 hours ago, it actually helped me taking tests in school as far as learning something.
You got smart.
So, yeah, exactly. So I choose Silverhawks as far as the PSAs. Okay, Paul, go ahead with your long-winded answers.
Long-winded answers?
That's harsh.
That's right.
He called you a candy ass in secret.
That's what he said. That's what he said. I'm going to go with the science quiz simply because it involved kids. I mean, there's a moral lesson, and you can learn it. Okay, that's fine. So you watch it. There's a moral lesson, and then they explain it to you, and then as your kid, you okay, I get it. But at least with the science quiz, it involved you, and you got to pick. And if you were wrong, you're like, oh shit, I'm wrong. It involved you. It was interactive. So I'm definitely going science quiz.
To me, what it comes down to is there's nothing wrong with the moral lessons from Thundercats, and I think they did a fine job with them. But to me, Silverhawks did it different than anybody else in the 80s did. Everybody did the moral lesson. G.I. Joe, He-Man, Transformers, the Thundercats. And to me, I give credit for Silverhawks coming up with a different way to do something at the end of the show. So, yeah, I'm going Silverhawks too. Tim?
Yeah, a lot of those shows did those moral lessons, but Thundercats did it a little differently. It usually fit in with the show. In G.I. Joe or He-Man, there'd be the end of the show would wrap up before the last commercial break. Then they would come back and have this very short segment that may have something to do with the show, or maybe it wouldn't.
Right.
I remember He-Man showing up in one episode and came in to the
I will
the
give
camera
Thundercats
pans in.
credit because they actually had a psychologist online that they would give the first draft of the story, and then the child psychology guy would come in, and then they would adjust parts so that the moral actually fit into the episode. So that was a good thing.
Yeah, and I mean they promoted the show that way too, saying we're going to teach kids morals in the show. So, but the science quizzes were a cool way to deviate from that, to do something different, but yet still have a message for kids. And it was fun to watch those shows and then try to guess the correct answers. I think every kid played along with that. And I even enjoyed them, watching them as an adult again, trying to see if I could get the right answers.
It's too bad they didn't get to do what they originally were planning to do, because it was originally going to be like a call-in or mail-in contest that you could participate in, as far as with your right answers. If you called in and got the right answers, you can get like a prize or whatever, but they couldn't work it out logistically.
Yeah, and that would have been really cool. So I think they had a great idea with this. I think it worked out really well. It fit in with the show. So yeah, I'm going to vote for Silverhawks on this one.
Steve?
I'm going to go with Silverhawks on that because I just remember watching a lot of shows and having the same kind of upbringing watching them.
Yeah.
As far as the learning at the end.
Yeah. A clean sweep for the Silverhawks for once.
One thing that I will say quickly, I don't know why this just kind of popped in my mind, but not to create some kind of a controversy, but I don't think it's necessarily the responsibility of cartoon creators to teach morals to kids. I think that should come from the parents.
But in the 80s, they had to.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. But I mean, there's they're sticking the morals down your throat, and this is the way that it is. And for the most part, I mean, I agree with all the morals that they're saying, but I think that really should come from the parents.
Yeah.
And I would really hope that if the parents were watching these with their kids, that they could elaborate more on the morals that they just watched in the cartoon. So that's all I was going to say.
And you're right. I mean, they did kind of shove the morals down people's throats, but they did that because
it's learning.
Well,
but they had to do that because of the fact that at the time, everyone talks about the ratings boards now and TV ratings. At the time, all those action cartoons would not have been on TV without those moral.
Well, it would have been the 70s and everything would have gotten banned.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you got all these cartoons where there's, good versus evil, and there's a lot of violence and stuff. And then at the end of it, you can learn what that violence, really meant. Why are the good guys fighting these bad guys? And I agree with everything that they're saying, but I just wanted to make a little side note that hopefully that the parents were also doing that kind of stuff with their kids.
In an ideal situation.
Amen.
Unlike the parents of today.
Which hopefully, we'd almost have to have these today because otherwise where are they going to learn their morals from?
That's friggin' truth.
Our next category, although technically not a part of the rest of it because this is supposed to just be comparing the cartoons, but part of everybody's experience as a kid watching these cartoons, especially in the 80s, obviously, since that's what we all get yelled at for. Oh, it's just a 30-minute commercial bullshit nonsense. Anyway, is the action figures. So don't get me started on that soapbox, but we'll just specifically look at the action figures comparatively, the Thundercats and the Silverhawks. Thundercats were much larger in scale, a little less articulation on the Thundercat side, but bigger weapons, bigger characters, whereas the Silverhawks were a little bit smaller scale, bigger than G.I. Joe.
I don't even think the articulation was all that different. I think the articulation was almost identical between the two.
I
mean, none of the Silverhawks had like elbows or knees or anything.
That's
and
true.
I don't think any of the
Moonstar had knees.
Oh, that's true. That is true. Yeah.
I'm knocking all of my toys over. But I wanted, as far as comparison goes, like the silver size-wise, Silverhawks are closer to the turtle size.
Yeah.
Kind of that 5-6 inch type figure. I want to say the Thundercats are huge.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah, they're more so like 5-inch, 6-inch. Yeah.
But good gracious. I mean, I personally only have experience with the ones that I own. I own Lion-O and Mum-Ra for the Thundercats. I own Quicksilver and Moonstar and Copper Kid and Hot Wing for the Silverhawks. And I used to have Bluegrass. I don't know what happened to them. And the Silverhawks all have like cloth wings. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some of them have cloth wings, and another line had the actual I want to say I didn't own any of these, but they were almost like plasticky where you could hit their knees and they would like pop open.
Yeah. So
there was some cloth, there was some plastic. They all came with a bird of some sort that could perch on their arm or that had some type of action. No weapons, so to speak, whereas the Thundercats had more weapon accessories, whereas the Silverhawks just had their birds. I'll let you guys talk first. Tim, why don't you talk about the toys between the two lines?
Okay, well, this will be brief because I didn't have very many of the toys. I had Lion-O, and my brother had Mum-Ra, and I had no Silverhawks. But I wanted to have a Silverhawk because I thought they were pretty cool. Seeing the commercial, they would. I can't remember what it was they did, but they pressed their legs together or whatever it was to get their wings to pop out. Yep. But yeah, that was pretty cool. And they were shiny, so.
And Moonstar also had the ability, like Paul was saying, you could open his chest and put one of his heads in his chest and bring his other head out. So you could have either version of Moonstar, whereas unfortunately back then, Mum-Ra, you only got one version, whereas nowadays, obviously, you can get both. But
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interject. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, the Thundercats toys, from having Lion-O, my brother having Mum-Ra, they were this hard material, like it's hard plastic, and I expected something more along the lines of what He-Man toys were made of. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
And I mean, even they just looked awkward. I wanted something that looked like a He-Man figure with, the musculature and the posableness of the legs and the arms, and the Thundercats were just kind of stiff. They didn't really move very much, and then the sort of omens that came with Lion-O was like rubber, and so it was never straight. It was always bent because he always put it someplace where it wouldn't lay straight. So I, as I said, I didn't have any Silverhawks. I was kind of disappointed with the Thundercats toys. I didn't have the Thunder Tank or the Cat Slayer, unfortunately. Those look pretty cool. There was a Cat Slayer toy, right?
Yes.
I thought
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Thunder Tank would have been awesome to have. Even the one from the new series looks really cool, so I'm gonna have to try to grab that. But I it's hard for me to vote because, like I said, I didn't have any of the Silverhawks.
I will agree though with what you're saying about the Thundercats. That's what struck me because I didn't own them as a kid. I owned all my Silverhawks as a kid. I got the Lion-O and Mumra later on, and I was not expecting them to look like they did. And I got them, and I'm like, first of all, they're huge, and second of all, they're so stiff, and the coloring even is a little bit weird. I will say that both lines did great jobs on the likeness of the faces to the cartoon.
Yeah.
All of the faces of both the Silverhawks and Thundercats to me look like the cartoon faces, which is something that some toy lines cannot figure out. But yeah, to me, it's the stiffness.
Looking at you, Ghostbusters.
It's the stiffness and the size of the Thundercats that puts me off a little, whereas the Silverhawks all did something. And that's always something. That's why I liked Transformers as a kid. I like toys that actually do something, and the Silverhawks had the push the legs and the wings pop out. The Hawks did stuff. So I'm leaning towards Silverhawks on this one.
I think the only thing the Thundercats toys did, I seem to recall that Lion-O and Mumra's eyes lit up somehow.
Yeah, you put a little key thing. You put a little key flashlight thing in the back of them, and their eyes would light up.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually have to go with Silverhawks on this one. I did love all the Thundercats toys. I had Panthro, Lion-O, Tigra, and Mumra. I wanted Slithe, Monkey, and Jackalman. I never had those.
There was
three.
never a Jaga figure, was there?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
Yes, there was. I know there was because I've seen pictures of it, and I went through a whole friggin' debate on ToyCast Episode 85.
That's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
So
it's yes, there was
rare.
a Jaga figure. I also had Groon. I loved having Groon. I thought Groon was a really cool toy. Yes, the Thundercats figures are really stiff. Yes, the Sword of Omens was a piece of shit. It just was. As a kid, I always wanted to just reach into the television and just take the actual sword out.
The 2011 sword is a piece of shit too, by the way.
Yeah,
it is.
The only Sword of Omens that's any good is with the 2010 San Diego Comic-Con Lion-O.
Yeah,
that was
they even have
chrome metal.
They even have the other sword though that you can buy separately doesn't go with any of the figures in the 2011 line, like a separate sword that you can actually hold in your hand.
You're talking about the role-play sword? Yeah, the role-play sword sucks too.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't. I think it's cool.
It only goes up twice, so it doesn't go with a third.
That sword sucks.
Yeah, but it's a kid's
toy.
I will say that I had the role-playing Thundercat claw when I was a kid.
It has 3 extensions.
There's one that has 2 and there's one that has 3. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, someone gave me that one for as a gift for Christmas, and yeah, it has 3 extensions.
I'm wearing the Thundercat claw from the 80s.
While we talk about Kevin's private role playing issues there,
continue.
I had to have my mom buy me at some point as a kid 3 different bluegrasses because I always would lose bluegrass.
I lost him. I don't know where he is.
I could never find him. Copper Kid, I remember I would always have my mom run extremely hot scalding bath water, and I would just scald the hell out of that figure.
Wow. You might want to see a doctor about that.
No.
He's like, die.
Think of Copper Kid as Universe Starscream, Paul. You know what you did to Universe Starscream.
Raped it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
I loved the Quicksilver figure. I loved the Steel Will and Steel Heart figures. So I got to give it to Silverhawks on the toys.
I wish I could have got some of the bad guys besides Moonstar because they look cool in the picture, even though Buzzsaw's the wrong color. But I wish I could have had like Molecular. He looks like he's green in the picture.
He is green. He is. I got the toy.
No, I'm saying the cartoon is gold.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I thought
that's
you
what
were
I was saying.
about the toy being.
Okay, wait. So in the cartoon he was gold, and the toy he was green. Maybe it was fake gold.
Or maybe we have a frenzy in.
Oh, don't even.
Okay. Steve, what do you think of the 2 toys by looking at the pictures there and everything?
By looking at the toys, I'd have to go with probably Silverhawks. It looks like they've got more articulation to them and more probably posability to
The
him.
one that has more articulation than any of the Thundercats is Monstar.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily the articulation on the Silverhawks. It's just that they're not so
That's
stiff.
True. Stargazer has knee joints too.
Yeah, and it's just that they're not so stiff. Even they might not have like a lot more articulation, but they're just not so stiff. Their arms move more freely up and down. I don't know. It's just something about them that.
Didn't the Thundercat? Now, see, I haven't had a Thundercat toy in about 28 years. So, couldn't you also like squeeze the legs together and their arms would move up and down?
The Thundercats?
Yeah, or I'm thinking like with Lion-O, couldn't you? Or wasn't there like
arm.
a mechanism where his
Yeah,
like
his
one arm would go up?
Yeah.
Now, that's the only thing I really remember, because I remember having Lion-O and I remember having Panthro. That's all I remember having. But the one problem that I had with the Silverhawks, and I love the Silverhawk toys. I picked the Silverhawk ones, but the chrome on them, you couldn't really play with those things without that chrome coming off instantly. I mean, so much that went like a couple years ago. I went and I wanted to buy some of them, and I bought a Copper Kid. I got a Steel Will. Who else do I have? I got Stargazer. I got Mum-Ra, Molecular, and oh god, there's another one that I have. I don't remember. Oh, Moonstriker. I have a Moonstriker. So, and every single one of them, the biggest problem with it as an adult collector is I want them to be perfect and the chrome to be perfect on them. Unless you buy these things like mint and packaged still, you are not going to find one that has like perfect chrome. And if you do, you're going to pay almost more than one that you would buy if it was in box or in package. So that was always a huge problem that I had with them. I loved them. I loved the way they looked. I loved the whole wing gimmick, everything.
They had the flashiest look on the toy shelf.
Yeah, I just hated the fact that if you took your Mum-Ra and punched Quicksilver in the face, well, you're gonna end up chipping off some of the chrome. And that's the other thing, like all the flesh tones, like at least on, like, for example, because I don't have Quicksilver, but like Steel Will, his arm, like the painted arm that looks like flesh, is actually painted. I mean, underneath it is chrome. So it's chrome, and then you paint over that. It's really ridiculous.
It is.
But I digress.
So,
and Buzzsaw's really fun because you take his mouth and you go up and down and go, and his little things spin. The little Buzzsaws on his shoulders. You like lift his head and there's like a little gear. You lift it up and then they spin, and then you bring it down and they spin. It's real cool.
All right, so moving on to our final category. We finally got to category number 20, which is taking all of this into consideration, and you probably can predict most of our votes, but taking everything into consideration, the characters, the stories, the plots, the vehicles, the environment, everything. Overall show, who gets your vote as the better overall show, Mike?
Thundercats. I can go back and I can watch varying episode sagas of the Thundercats cartoon more so than I can watch Villain of the Week from Silverhawks.
For me, I love both of them, and I never wanted it, during our ToonCast debate, I didn't want it to make it seem like I loved Silverhawks way more than Thundercats or anything like that. I love them both. I love them both, but for me, there's two things. Number one, I'm just a bigger sci-fi and space fan, and number two, and I know you guys have had different opinions about this, but in watching both of these as a year-old person, I did not get as tired watching the Silverhawks episodes. When I was getting through all of the 100 and whatever Thundercats episodes, it was almost painful to have to continue watching them at one point. And then they introduced some new characters, and it got a little bit better, and then some of that got stagnant. Whereas I watched literally 32 episodes of Silverhawks in 2 days without even flinching. I was never tired of it. I never was bored with it. Let
me ask you a question, though. Were you bored when you were watching the first 32 episodes of Thundercats?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Like,
eventually,
as long as you're not saying that you got bored with it when you were in like season 2 of Thundercats.
No. I'm saying like almost it was painful to have to watch 7 at a time. Like that was because I would watch them in like 5 or 6 or 7 at a time, and it was much harder to get through 5 or 6 or 7 at a time of Thundercats than it was of Silverhawks. I don't know what it was about it. I love both shows. I absolutely love both shows. I think they're both great, but space and sci-fi usually gets the edge for me. So my vote is for Silverhawks as an overall show. Tim?
Yeah, I'm going back to Thundercats. Again, for me, it's similar to what Mike said. It's just a team of crime fighters with the Silverhawks, and it's not a bad show. Like you, Kevin, I like both shows. I just like Thundercats a lot more, just having those different settings. I like the mix of, fantasy, sword and sorcery, and the technology. For me, it made for richer stories. I like the Thundercats. I enjoyed watching those. I wanted to be a Thundercat. That's kind of how it felt like. I wanted to be there with them, exploring the world. They were just a really cool team. And again, I just felt like the Silverhawks were kind of boring. I would rather not spend time with them. I'd be on the villain side.
It's all right to be a villain fan.
Yeah.
Paul, overall show.
I really like, and I'm going to steal Tim's words here, that as a kid, I wanted to be a Silverhawk. I thought, kind of like what you were saying, Kevin, that, the whole space and sci-fi thing, that was always something that I really, really enjoyed. And I remember as a kid, there was a couple different things that I would do when I would go out into the playground. I would always pretend I was Optimus Prime, and I would always pretend like I was transforming into a truck, or I was a Silverhawk running around with my arms out pretending like I could fly. So for me, I have to go Silverhawks. And that being said, Mike, just so you know, Steelheart is hotter than Cheetara.
True that.
Carry on. No. You're done. You already said there's no rebuttal.
No.
Steve, based on everything you knew coming in and all the discussions we've had so far and kind of what you've maybe learned along the way, overall, which would you say was a better show in your opinion?
You can get that $20 back.
If it actually goes into my PayPal. Probably gonna have to. Yeah, I know. It's not like I have any dollars anyway, so. I'm gonna have to go with Thundercats overall. Listen to him cry.
It hurts.
Next, we're gonna hear flatulence, but.
Oh.
I'm actually proud of myself. I haven't had to go.
Okay, yeah. Kevin, what about you?
I already said, based on the sci-fi and the space aspects, I have to go with Silverhawks as the overall.
Mike.
Right,
so talk amongst yourselves while I tally up the vote. Mike says...
Actually, we're going to go to a commercial break.
Okay.
And then you can tally up the vote, and we'll come back with the final voting results.
Exactly. There it is.
And then we'll be done.
Tally ho!
We'll be back after these messages.
Thundercats are loose again after these messages.
Hi, this is John Delancey, and you are listening to the GeekCast Radio Network.
You can now hear our show on Stitcher Smart Radio. Stitcher allows you to listen to your favorite shows directly from your iPhone, Android phone, BlackBerry, or Palm phones. On demand and on the go. Don't have Stitcher? Download it for free today at Stitcher.com or in the app stores. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smart way to listen to radio.
Sword of Omens, give me sight beyond sight. I see a new episode coming this week.
Hey, I'm Gary.
I'm Greg.
I'm Chuck.
And I'm Justin. Join the four of us every week on the internet's #1 G.I. Joe podcast, What's on Joe Mind?
That's right. It's Joe news, reviews, and special guests like you've never heard them before delivered right to your MP3 player.
Think of it as Joe Talk meets Sports Talk. And we make fun of Chuck.
Right, hey.
We're just kidding, Chuck. Kinda.
Yeah, sometimes Chuck makes fun of himself.
Right, hey.
It's What's on Joe Mind? Every week on the GeekCast Radio Network, InsidePulse.com, Stitcher Smart Radio, and iTunes. download and listen today.
Can I say something about Transformers?
No.
When I'm not ridding Third Earth of Mum-Ra's evil, I'm enjoying ToonCast with the other Thundercats.
ToonCast is dedicated to the cartoons we grew up with. 100 episodes and more make up one of the GCRN's most popular podcasts. Join hosts TFG1Mike, OptimusSolo, Terror the Rising Star, and tons of guest hosts. We also have voice actor and writer interviews. Tune in to ToonCast as we look back on the cartoons that defined us as geeks. You can find ToonCast on iTunes and the web at www.geekcastradio.com. Tune in.
And now, back to Thundercats.
So, you have just heard, I think, about 4 hours of discussion on these two things, Thundercats and Silverhawks. We've broken it down. We've got 20 different categories. We've made our votes. The tallies have been cast, and the voting has been counted up, and there's no recounts. Remember, there's 20 categories. And after the tallies have been counted up, the final vote is, drumroll please, the Thundercats and the Silverhawks, each getting 10 categories.
What?
A
draw? A total draw after all this? We brought in two
decision
people.
Tiebreaker.
But
this game.
As
this fucking blows.
No, hold on, guys, because not only did I keep track of the categories, I did keep track of individual votes.
Ooh.
So, although the categories were 10 for Thundercats and 10 for Silverhawks, when we break it down to there was 20 categories and there was 5 of us, so there was 100 individual votes. Out of the 100 individual votes, Thundercats had 55, Silverhawks had 45.
Thundercats wins.
So in a tiebreaker, we will give the decision in this GCRN Wars to Thundercats.
Oh, man. I feel like I've been shot at and missed and shit at and hit.
Barely.
In the first ever tie, and hopefully we don't have too many more, but 10-10, but 55-45 in the tiebreaker, sudden death, whatever you want to call it. So, final thoughts, Mike.
Thundercats wins. Larry Kenny was right.
Larry Kenny, don't even get me started on that. The only reason why he likes Thundercats more is because he's got more of a role with Thundercats than Silverhawks.
And it still lasted.
No, as I've already said,
I'm going to shank the hell out of you.
Shut up.
You were
As a quick final thought, shut up. As a quick final thought from me, Thundercats is a cartoon I can go back to. Between Thundercats and Silverhawks, both of those ToonCast classic episodes, I watched all 130 episodes of Thundercats within 1 week's time. Same thing with Silverhawks. I watched all 65 episodes in 1 week's time. And I can watch Thundercats episodes more than I can Silverhawks. So what about you, Tim?
You watched all 65 episodes of Silverhawks when it wasn't on DVD yet. Just asking.
You know what I mean.
Okay, anyways, we've already given our final votes. This is just final thoughts. Final thoughts, Tim.
I feel similarly to Mike. I can still watch Thundercats and enjoy it. I tire of Silverhawks after a while. But if you like Silverhawks and that's your favorite, you're not wrong. And if you like Thundercats and that's your favorite, you're not wrong either.
Hopefully you enjoyed us dissecting it.
Yeah, I think it was
California, you're always wrong.
Do you know who feels bad in all of this?
I'm going to take my Sword of Omens and I'm going to shank you, Mike.
You're going to take a Sword of Omens and shove it up your ass and rotate it.
That's right. And say, let me see your sight beyond sight, you little...
I'll give you sight beyond sight.
So even though there are a lot of similarities,
Final thought on
hold on. Tim was finishing. Tim was finishing.
Okay.
So yeah, even though there are a lot of similarities with the voice cast, a lot of the same writers, people behind the scenes working on the shows, they're still very different shows, and you can enjoy one and maybe not enjoy the other, or maybe enjoy one more than the other. That's fine. We've seen a resurgence of Thundercats with the new cartoon. I think they've done a good job with it, and I'm interested to see if they do a revival of Silverhawks and to see what they will retain from the old series or what they will get rid of. Because I think there are a lot of things in Thundercats that are sort of this, timeless, just timeless attributes to some storytelling, which, like you said, it's similar to Transformers. It's similar to, other stories that we've seen. And Silverhawks it's somewhat different than that. And then you've got these, really strange villains and odd characters and monsters,
just very some kick-ass toys out of the Silverhawks.
Yeah, they were pretty cool looking toys. So,
but, I mean, they could make if they redid a revival, they'd have some cool classics versions.
Man.
Yeah.
Paul, go ahead. Final thoughts.
I like what Tim said, that when it comes down to it, there's no losers in this. There really isn't. It's I think the voting kind of shows that both of these were very solid shows in their own right, and you can like one, you can like the other. It doesn't really matter. I mean, they're good. They're both good storytelling agents. And as kids, we were privileged and lucky to have gotten those, because a lot of the crap that comes out now is crap. And you don't get shows like Thundercats. I mean, even the new Thundercats now is, while it's similar, in my opinion, it's radically different than the original Thundercats. And I love what they're doing with it in terms of the stories. But kids that watch it nowadays, they have a different perspective of what the Thundercats were when we were kids. So I would absolutely love to see a revival of a Silverhawks series. That would be the toys would be phenomenal. And like I said, as soon as I bought the new 2011 Thunder Tank, I wanted to go and buy a Mirage again. And it's absolutely cool. I mean, like I said, I think we're all very fortunate to have gotten to watch these, and kids nowadays probably wouldn't appreciate it the same. They'd go back and watch, and it would definitely not. They wouldn't even be having this discussion with us because, I'm going to use an analogy. I just watched a South Park episode where everything that we like that our parents didn't. I mean, they heard it as shit. Everything that we listen to now in terms of music that young kids listen to, we think what they listen to sounds like shit. So everything that we watched, kids nowadays would probably say looks like shit. So that's it.
Steve, final thoughts.
It was interesting to see what requires this whole wars between the two shows. I can't say I'm not surprised that they were so close. But yeah, I also have to agree with Paul that I doubt that modern era people would have the appreciation that we do for these type of shows.
The one people I feel bad for in all of this are the Tiger Sharks.
Aww.
Poor Tiger Sharks. Never getting talked about. But no, I enjoyed it. I did not expect it to be this close. I expected, Thundercats to come away pretty easily. And I am glad that in 3 categories, Mike did vote for Silverhawks. So that was impressive.
Yeah, I can be objective. goddammit.
After we ranked it. Anyway,
you still picked Snarf though, didn't you?
No,
I picked Copper Kid.
Okay.
I picked the lesser of two evils. Thank you very much.
Something else that was. Oh, he picked the villains.
Yes.
Anyways,
take it away, Mike.
All right, so we hope you enjoyed this episode of GCRN Wars, forever how long as it is. Wish you'll join us next time when we'll be arguing about something else. For now, I am TFG1Mike with
Toon Master Tim.
I am Paul the Optibotamus.
And I am OptimusSolo. And if you have any other ideas for future debates and battles, we have some, but you could always comment and leave us them.
My name is Steve Megatron Phillips.
We'll see you next time when we'll constantly be fighting about something else. I bet the next battle is Barbie versus Friendship is Magic. Oh, no. Shit. What the hell kind of storm have I started? So we'll see you next time, only on GCRN Wars.
Wars. Moan.
Monstar's headed for the casino, and he's going to tear me and Pokerface apart!
Lady, you got more nerve than a bareback bronco buster. What do you think, Skip?
We've got to do it, cowboy. That's what we're here for.
Why don't we fuck her first?
She was right. I don't like it. And I'm going to tear this place apart.
I'm in charge here. If you're gonna tear anything apart, start with me, cocksucker.
Sorry, Commander.
Not only can he travel through time just like me, but he's also a tracking bird, kind of a space bloodhound. First, we give him something hardware has touched, like this used prophylactic.
Get your nose out of my ass and do what I tell you to.
Where you got these mics down to? Oh, -0?
That was good. We had it.
Shit.
Okay, that's some noise on that. Hold on.
How is it you guys can pick up them goddamn cellophane and you got me screaming? I don't understand this shit.
I should have known the Territor didn't mean us any harm when the Sword of Omens didn't obey me. And anyway, it was just plain stupid to assume it might be bad. Just what the fuck am I talking about?
It's when Wily Cat and Kid are pretending to be the most helpful that they're dropping their pens on the thing while I'm talking. Let's find the mega condenser. I'm saying that too fast. Let's find the mega condenser. Still going too fast.
What's wrong, Lion-O?
Oh, fuck, here it is again.
What's here again?
That thing, that mega thing.
Want me to say it?
Yes!
I'm going to put this one right between her pretty.
That's the line of the show right here.
And keep your foot off that blasted samoflange.
What the fuck is a samoflange?
I have to do that again.
Oh, Lion-O! We're not...
What's the matter, Snarf?
You got a cold.
Motherfucker!
You fucking dog, yeah!
Shut the fuck up! Get over here, bitch!
Ah, damn!
Run out the fucking plank, boys!
Come here, motherfucker. Thunder! 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 Thundercats! I'm going too high.
You've got to get back to the lair, Panthro, before those mutants do something drastic.
Come on, I will get you some together. Come on, just something. I want to see your tits, my dear. Can't stand it. Going to pass out.